Chapter 211. Zheng Tan felt that it must have been because he had been in low spirits recently. Climbing the stairs made him feel tired. After using both legs to jump up the stairs, the muscles on his legs still hurt. It was probably because he used too much strength. Fortunately, there were no cramps, or else he would have rolled down the stairs. Without any time to rest, Zheng Tan ran to the door where little Nine was locked. She looked at the keyhole of the door lock and then looked at the key. Fortunately, there was only one key that seemed to match the keyhole. She didn't have to try a few keys, which saved her a lot of effort. He picked out the key and held it with one paw. The cat that had just jumped down the stairs exerted strength again and jumped up. The paw that wasn't holding the key hooked onto the doorknob. The key was more complicated than the wooden key of the Jiao family. Zheng Tan inserted it a few times before he could get it in. Inside the room. Little Jiao was lying on the metal bed in the room. She looked at the light coming in through the window in a daze. The windows were sealed with anti-theft nets, and the windows were also sealed. It was impossible to open them. Even if she shouted for help, the people outside the house might not be able to hear her. Instead, it would attract the people outside the house. Little Jiao had seen many people in the village. She could feel the dangerous aura coming from them. So she had been very obedient all the way here. When she first arrived, these people took a tube of blood from her arm. It seemed like they were sending it to the buyer to check the goods. These days, every time they came in, they would send food. They were afraid that she would starve and lose weight. Sometimes, little Jiao felt like she was a pig. Once she was fat, they would sell her for a good price. Although she was only in the first grade and didn't know much about books, she wasn't as naive as the other children in the village. Her hearing was actually better than many of the other children in the village. Perhaps it was because she often went out to find food. So, even though there was a door between them, she could vaguely hear some of the things they said. She didn't know anything about blood types. She only knew that she was going to be sold because of it. Every time she woke up, little Jiao would think of the house in the village. The sisters were distant and indifferent, the parents had different attitudes towards their children, and coupled with her own personality, it created an accumulation of contradictions. But even so, even if she was often beaten until she was covered in wounds, even if the family didn't even let her sleep on a proper bed, little Nine would still go home. Kinship was a very strange thing. But this time, the conflict had intensified. Little Nine's previous hope had completely vanished. There was an old lady in the village who had once told her that people must have faith in order to support themselves through difficult times. Little Nine didn't think so in the past, but now that she was locked up in this 10-square-meter room, she wished she had faith. However, what exactly was faith? She was still very vague about the concept of this word. Little Nine looked around and her gaze landed on the bag of sweets on the table. This was a request she made to those people after she was locked up here. Seeing that she was still quite cooperative, or perhaps it was to fill in a sweet date with a stick, one of them went out to buy a bag of candy and threw it to her. However, little Nine felt that this candy was not as delicious as the milk candy she ate a few days ago. Looking at the production date on the bag, it was more than a year ago. It must be the cheap goods that the child in the village who often wore beautiful dresses and showed off everywhere was talking about. Little Nine counted his own wishes with his fingers. If he could get out, he would work hard to earn money to buy candy. If he could get out, he would earn a lot of money to buy his own house. And raising a cat was not bad either. If he could get out, he would never go home again. Just as she was thinking about what other wishes she had, little Nine heard the door lock ring. She thought that those people had come and didn't get up. After the door lock rang, there was no more movement. However, little Nine didn't care. After a while, the door lock started to ring again. This time, it was the sound of the key opening the door. Creak, the subtle sound of the door opening was very clear in the quiet room. Little Nine frowned and turned to look at the door, ready to see what these people were up to. At the door, there was no one. As if sensing something, he looked down. A black cat. Little Nine. Seeing the black cat's first reaction, Little Nine rubbed her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She really didn't expect to see this cat at this time. Why was it here? Where were those people? Why did it have a key? How did it open the door? However, Zheng Tan didn't wait for Little Nine to think too much. He saw Little Nine in the room and this girl didn't seem to have any problems, so he ran out. After running for 2 steps, he turned back to look at Little Nine, indicating that she should leave quickly. She didn't have time to think too much and didn't care about taking the key from the door. Little Nine quickly followed. She just wanted to leave this place immediately. Moreover, she didn't know why, but she felt that if she followed this cat, she would definitely be safe. She didn't even think about the possibility that this black cat in front of her was in cahoots with those people. Zheng Tan went downstairs. When he reached the staircase, he looked around vigilantly, his ears twitching. That person called Sickle was still bathing inside, but he should be done soon. Snakehead and the other person hadn't come back either. He didn't hear any other movements on the first floor. Seeing the black cat's vigilant look, Little Nine followed behind and went downstairs quietly. When she was in the village, she would sometimes eavesdrop in the corners for fun. Moreover, she was still wearing the pair of cloth shoes that she wore in the village, so she wasn't used to it. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Little Nine to move quietly and quickly. Zheng Tan looked around this floor. If they wanted to leave, they could only go through the main door. The main door was a thick security door. When Little Nine opened it, it made a ka sound. Hearing this sound, Zheng Tan quickly rushed out. Little Nine quickly closed the door and ran out with Zheng Tan. Sickle, who was bathing, heard movement at the main door and shouted a few words. He thought that Snakehead or the other person had come back, but after waiting for a few seconds, he didn't hear any movement outside. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He opened the door and looked outside. He shouted a few more times, but there was still no response. He didn't bother to wipe off the water on his body. Sickle ran and looked around a few rooms. At the same time, he put on his clothes. When he ran upstairs to look, he found that the door to Little Nine's room was open, and his key was in the door lock. On the other side, Zheng Tan and Little Nine hadn't gone far when they bumped into Snakehead, who had just come back from buying things. So unlucky. Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. Snakehead didn't notice Zheng Tan. All his attention was on Little Nine. Once he saw Little Nine, Snakehead knew that something had happened to Sickle. He threw the big bag of things on the ground and immediately chased after them. Previously, Zheng Tan was prepared to bring Little Nine back to Tsinghua University. When they returned to their own territory, they would have help. But now, Zheng Tan could only bring Little Nine in another direction. But if they went from here, where could they hide? Could they take the long way back to Tsinghua University? They would probably be caught before that. It was better to find a place to hide. No matter what, they had to run first. They met some pedestrians on the way, but Little Nine didn't call for help. She didn't know if it would be useful. She didn't know if anyone would help. Also, she was afraid of attracting more enemies. Find a random passerby. She didn't know if those passersby would wallow in the mire with those people. She was now in an unfamiliar environment. She was very cautious of her surroundings. She didn't trust the strangers around her at all. Also, the cat in front didn't stop. She just had to follow closely. Zheng Tan decided to bring Little Nine to the streets first. When there were more people, whether Little Nine called for help or found a suitable place to hide, the success rate would be very high. Little Nine was still young after all. Her physical strength couldn't compare to Snakehead's. Snakehead was already quickly closing the distance. If it wasn't for a person pushing a fruit stall passing by and blocking Snakehead would probably have caught Little Nine. But if that happened, Zheng Tan would definitely jump up and kick Snakehead without hesitation. Zheng Tan slowed down. If Little Nine, who was running behind her, left her too far behind, she would not be able to react quickly if she was caught by the Snakehead. When he looked back, Zheng Tan noticed that Sickle, behind Snakehead, was also chasing after them. Although Sickle wasn't as cautious as Snakehead sometimes, his movements were definitely fast enough. While he slowed down and ran to wait for Little Nine to catch up, Zheng Tan also paid attention to the surrounding situation, looking for places to hide. After running past a narrow alley, Zheng Tan suddenly came to an abrupt stop. She quickly retreated, looked into the alley, and then ran in. It was that blind old man. Just now, he had only taken a quick glance and was quite far away. Zheng Tan had only been suspicious. Now it seemed that it really was him. Zheng Tan really wanted to shout out loud at this moment. "Blind man, I really King love you to death." Zheng Tan knew that Elder Kuen's place was quite a distance from here. Also, when he followed Elder Kuen in the past, this old man didn't pass by here. But no matter what, seeing this old man, Zheng Tan was confident that he could escape. Yi Hao and the others had said before that this blind old man actually had people following him. It was just that no one usually noticed. Also, the people who followed this old man to protect him were all experts. To be called experts by Yi Hao and Celestine, they were definitely not ordinary people. They should be more than enough to deal with Snakehead and Sickle, right? To Little Nine, at this time, she should run towards a crowded place. There was a shopping mall in front, and there were many people there. She could just run inside and find a place to hide. But the black cat in front of her walked towards that small alley. However, although she was confused, Little Nine still ran in with Zheng Tan. To Elder Kuen, today had not been a happy day. This afternoon, there were people quarreling at the bridge, and there were even people who wanted to commit suicide. One of them shouted that he wanted to jump off the bridge, which attracted a lot of onlookers. It seriously affected Elder Kuen's mood to play the arrow. Thus, the old man packed up his things and left. On a whim, the old man wandered around the area for a while before taking a shortcut back. The surroundings were much quieter, but there were too many crisscrossing narrow paths. If a taxi drove in from one of the paths, people couldn't walk on it. They had to wait for the car to leave before they could continue walking. On the other hand, taxis couldn't enter the paths, so there were basically no cars in this area. Even though there were many paths and there were steps on the road, making people who didn't have a strong sense of direction feel dizzy here, it wasn't difficult for Elder Kuen. He would walk here a few times every month. As he walked, Elder Kuen's ears twitched and he stopped in his tracks. He turned around. The moment he turned around, Zheng Tan rushed to Elder Kuen's side. Chapter 212. Seeing the girl run into the narrow alley, Snakehead was delighted. He was afraid that the girl would run to a crowded place or start shouting on the streets. He didn't expect her to run into an alley. Didn't she know that this kind of alley was even more dangerous? Usually, there were many people doing shady deals in the alley. Fights often happened, and there were even cases of people dying. The people who lived there mostly followed the principle of self-preservation. Even at night, when they heard the words, "catch a thief," they would close their doors and not come out. Who would care about what you were doing there? Little Nine was prepared to continue running, but she realized that Zheng Tan had stopped beside the old man and was panting. However, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. Looking at the old man again, she remembered that only blind people would use things like bamboo poles or sticks to explore the way. And this old man was only blind. How could he be of help? Going around the old man, Little Nine ran a few steps. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't follow her, but was instead standing beside the old man, she hesitated for a moment. And at this moment, Snakehead and Sickle had already entered the alley and caught up. Stopping, Little Nine called out to Zheng Tan in a low voice, indicating for him to run quickly and not implicate others. Furthermore, this was a blind old man. Snakehead and the rest didn't look like good people. If the blind old man went up against them, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Seeing Little Nine's anxious look, Zheng Tan didn't know how to express his thoughts. After thinking for a moment, he raised his claws and hooked onto Elder Kuen's trousers. He wanted to hug his thigh, but in the end, it was unknown whether it was because the material of Elder Kuen's trousers was too bad, or because Zheng Tan's claws were too sharp, but he used too much strength and directly cut the trousers. Elder Kuen and Little Nine, hearing that Snakehead and the rest were approaching, Zheng Tan gave up on hugging his thigh and hid behind Elder Kuen. He only poked his head out to look in Snakehead's direction. Since Elder Kuen had already stopped, it meant that he was willing to help. Otherwise, this old man would continue walking and wouldn't care about what was happening around him. Snakehead's face was a little twisted. It was unknown whether it was because he was angry or because he was tired from running over. In short, he looked a little angry, as if he wanted to eat someone. When Little Nine saw Snakehead in this state, she had the urge to break into a run. But when she saw that black cat again, she had a very strange feeling. It seemed that it was better to stay here. Zheng Tan's gaze was not entirely focused on Snakehead and Sickle, who had followed closely into the alley. Instead, it was focused on the intersection. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and paid attention to the direction behind him. At the intersection, after Sickle came in, another person came in. That person did not seem to have anything special about him. He really looked like a passerby, but Sickle did not notice that there was someone behind him. Snakehead had only heard of Lord Kuen's name but had never seen him before. Therefore, even if they were to meet face to face, he wouldn't be able to match the old man in front of him with the awesome Lord Kuen. Although he had his doubts for a moment, looking at the equipment on the old man in front of him, he really couldn't imagine how this blind man in front of him could be a threat. Moreover, Snakehead was currently in a rage. After his doubts, he didn't think too much. What he wanted the most now was to catch Little Nine. This was 400,000 yuan. Just a little more and this 400,000 yuan would have escaped. Snakehead angrily ran over and looked in Little Nine's direction. Run, run again. Let's see where you can hide. Then he roared at Lord Kuen. Scram, old thing. Just as he reached out to grab the old man's collar and fling him to the side, Snakehead's arm that wasn't bitten by the dog was bent into a twisted angle in the next moment. He didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. The scythe behind Snakehead had been taken down a few seconds before Snakehead's misfortune. The sound of the entire process could not be compared to the noise coming from outside the alley, and Snakehead did not even notice the movement behind him. Little Nine stood about 5 meters behind Lord Kuen. She looked in Snakehead's direction. She had seen everything that had happened very clearly. From the moment that person approached Sickle to when Snakehead fainted, the entire process was too short. She didn't even have time to catch her breath. Just as Little Nine was puzzled, a person approached from behind her. He didn't pay attention to her and just walked past her. Only then did she focus her attention on the person who had just walked past. This person still looked very ordinary. There wasn't anything special about him at first glance. At least, Little Nine couldn't tell that this person was different from the people she had seen on the streets before. She saw that person quickly walk over to that side. Then, he and the person who had knocked Snakehead unconscious each dragged one person as if they were supporting a drunk person and left the alley. Some of the residents who lived in the surrounding area had also seen the situation. Although they didn't see it clearly, they could roughly guess that there was some kind of conflict. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation and not minding other people's business, they pretended that they hadn't seen it. After all, this kind of thing happened often. Now, they were numb to it. Zheng Tan let out a sigh of relief. As expected, Lord Kuen had people around him. After taking care of Snakehead and those two fellows, Little Nine was temporarily safe. Lord Kun slowly turned around and continued walking along the original path. When he passed by Little Nine nervously swallowed her saliva. She felt her entire body stiffen. Even a fool now knew that this old man wasn't ordinary. No wonder that black cat wasn't worried at all when it hid behind him. However, they were strangers after all. Moreover, these people didn't look like kind people. Little Nine didn't know if these people would sell her out like Snakehead and the others. "Come here," Lord Kun said when he passed by Little Nine. Little Nine was stunned. She looked to the side and then looked at Lord Kun. She trembled a little and said, "Me?" Lord Kun didn't reply and continued walking forward. Zheng Tan was puzzled. What did Lord Kun want to do? However, since Lord Kun had already spoken, Little Nine had to follow even if she didn't want to. Zheng Tan accompanied Little Nine and followed Lord Kun around this area. If it was Zheng Tan alone, he would get lost after walking for a while. The only way was to jump onto a roof to find the direction. He didn't expect Lord Kun, who was blind, to be so familiar with this place. He didn't even stop and kept walking at a constant speed. When Lord Kun returned to his room, there was already a document placed on his table. It was written in Braille. Zheng Tan didn't understand it. He only saw Lord Kun flipping through it and stroking it with his fingers. He couldn't see anything from Lord Kun's face and didn't know what this old man was feeling. However, based on intuition, Zheng Tan felt that this old man didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. He wouldn't be angry or happy. It was a good thing that he didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Little Nine was arranged to sit on a wooden chair not far away. Although she drank tea and tried her best to act natural, it was obvious that her skills weren't enough. A person walked in. Zheng Tan had seen this person the last time he was here. After that person came in, he looked at Lord Kun. Seeing that Lord Kun didn't instruct anyone to stay away, he directly opened his mouth and said what he had found out about Snakehead and the others. It was much more detailed than what Zheng Tan knew. Little Nine also sat on the chair and listened attentively, especially the part about herself. When she heard that Snakehead and the others had committed many crimes and even killed people, her hands trembled. She now felt that she was lucky to be able to escape from those people. Looking at the black cat lying on the table next to the vase, Little Nine thought, this cat really does bring luck. Previously, because he heard some rumors, Brother Qing asked his subordinates to warn them not to commit crimes here. I didn't expect them to be so daring. The person continued to speak. From this person's words, Zheng Tan also knew that other than Snakehead and Sickle, the person who went to get the car was also found. The criminal law didn't directly target the crime of human organ trafficking. Moreover, most of the donors were willing, so it wasn't easy to deal with. Even if Snakehead and the others were caught by the police, the act of buying human organs and then reselling them was, in essence, a business operation. Human organs were prohibited in the country, so this kind of business operation was considered an illegal business operation. However, Snakehead and the others had other things to do. This was serious. Any one of these things could be heavily punished. He just didn't know how Elder Kun would deal with Snakehead and the others. No matter what, Zheng Tan heard that person's tone, Snakehead and the others wouldn't have a good ending. Elder Kun didn't say anything. He slightly raised his hand and the person left. Elder Kun told Little Nine to stay here and told Zheng Tan to go home. Zheng Tan looked at the pendulum clock. It was indeed not early, but he was worried about Little Nine. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Elder Kun say, "You can come here tomorrow to see her." Seeing Little Nine nod, Zheng Tan left. With Elder Kun's status, he wouldn't make things difficult for Little Nine, right? When Elder Kun and Celestine were talking about cooperation, Zheng Tan had heard a little. The old man shouldn't be lacking in a few 100,000 yuan. The next day, Zheng Tan ran out after sending Little Pomelo. When he passed by the overpass, he took a look. The old man was still sitting there playing the arrow. Zheng Tan ran up to him and walked around twice. The old man only cared about playing the arrow and didn't have any other reaction. After leaving the overpass, Zheng Tan followed the path that Elder Kun took him the first time and found Elder Kun's residence. He raised his paw and knocked on the door. The door quickly opened. It was the same person who opened the door last time. Seeing Zheng Tan, the person didn't seem surprised at all. When Zheng Tan saw little Nine, the girl was reading a book. Zheng Tan looked at it. It was a first-grade textbook. The textbook had been used by someone else and there were some crooked words on it. Seeing Zheng Tan come over, little Nine immediately put down the textbook. She looked very happy. Her eyes were filled with hope and there was no depression. Little Nine told him about her choice and Elder Kun's arrangements for her. Elder Kun gave her a few choices. She didn't choose to go home or to the orphanage. Elder Kun asked her to follow someone first. She would leave with that person this afternoon. However, she would stay in Chuhua City and wouldn't run to other areas. From little Nine's words, this girl actually wanted to follow Elder Kun. She had a sense of admiration for Elder Kun. However, to put it bluntly, she didn't have the qualifications. Not everyone could follow Elder Kun. Ability was one thing. It hadn't even been a day since they met. Elder Kun didn't know little Nine well and he didn't lack people. He wouldn't make a decision so easily. Moreover, Elder Kun didn't specialize in charity. He wouldn't help you just because you were pitiful. Zheng Tan felt that Elder Kun had other plans. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan couldn't get an answer from Elder Kun. From Elder Kun's attitude today, Zheng Tan didn't think that Elder Kun didn't notice his existence. Although he didn't quite understand Elder Kun's plan, at least for now, little Nine was safe. She hadn't been sold or sent to a bad place. She still had a chance to receive an education. Even if she didn't want to study, she still had to go to primary and middle school. Zheng Tan raised his hand to look at little Nine. This girl's eyes had a glow that he hadn't seen before. Was it because she could study or because of something else? Zheng Tan couldn't see clearly. Little Nine had made her own choice. He didn't know if it was an immature idea or after careful consideration. With such a young child, even if she made up her mind, how long could she last? When she left, little Nine said that she would look for Zheng Tan if she had the chance. Zheng Tan didn't take it to heart. What little Nine could do was still up to Elder Kun. Thinking about this, Zheng Tan didn't pay attention to his surroundings when he returned to the eastern courtyard. When he was called, he realized that Fang Xiaokang, who he hadn't seen in a long time, was here. "I'm not here to look for you today," Fang Xiaokang said. Zheng Tan looked at the security guard. Air Mao was already waiting there. Why was Fang Xiaokang here? Zheng Tan followed them to the third floor. "Third uncle, have some tea first." Air Mao served the tea obsequiously. Fang Xiaokang took the tea and didn't say much. He looked in the direction of the cat nests. "Are the two cats asleep?" "Yes, they've been messing around all morning. They've been sleeping in the afternoon until now." Before Air Mao finished speaking, Zheng Tan saw two cat heads poke out from the two cat nests. They looked at Fang Xiaokang warily. "Yo, they're really alert." Fang Xiaokang was obviously very satisfied. Chapter 213. Fang Xiaokang took some time out today to visit the kittens. In fact, he had heard about Air Mao's cats giving birth a month ago. Air Mao's brother, Wang Bin, had also mentioned this to Fang Xiaokang when they were chatting. At that time, Fang Xiaokang did not take it seriously. Later, when Fang Xiaokang's family in Beijing called, Fang Xiaokang found out that his daughter had always wanted to raise a cat, but had not found a suitable one. What was suitable? The family did not quite understand Fang Mengmeng's requirements for cats. After all, for many people, cats were cats. If it was purely about raising pets, those who had the means and status would be more inclined toward some precious breeds, but Fang Mengmeng always looked down on them. The family thought that the child was just thinking about raising a cat on a whim, but when it came to choosing, she was hesitant. After knowing this, Third Master Fang, who had been busy with his career and did not have much time to spend with his wife and children, inevitably felt a little guilty about his children, and decided to come and take a look. Zheng Tan watched Fang Xiaokong take out a 10-centimeter tall device from the bag he was carrying. There was a camera on the front. After adjusting it, Fang Xiaokong put the device aside and teased the two kittens with some cat toys that Mao handed over. However, what interested Fang Xiaokong was that when he was teasing the two kittens, they were vigilant at first, then slowly walked out of the nest and approached Fang Xiaokong. Then, they moved their paws perfunctorily, squatted one step away from Fang Xiaokong, and stopped moving. However, as long as Mao came over with the same cat toys, the two kittens would jump left and right as if they were possessed by a lunatic, playing very excitedly. They were still wary of Fang Xiaokong, a stranger. Are they trying to see who it is? Fang Xiaokong was not annoyed. He dragged a small stool and sat by the side, watching Mao tease the cats while carefully observing the two kittens. Zheng Tan also squatted by the side and watched. He didn't expect these two kittens to have such personalities. It made sense. After inheriting the special genes of the Monseigneur, it would not be the kind of cat that only had a head but not a brain. Its IQ should be higher than the average cat's. At noon, Zheng Tan picked up little Pomelo and went to Jiao Wei's restaurant for lunch. When he came back, he found that Fang Xiaokong was still there. Who knew which one he had chosen, or was he going to take both? Curious, Zheng Tan pushed open the half-closed door and walked in. In the living room, Fang Xiaokong was fiddling with the small machine. He then chose a place and adjusted the angle, pointing the camera at the two kittens while talking to someone on the phone. Okay, you can see it this time, right? Okay, then take a good look. Daddy will bring back whichever one you like this weekend. Two won't do. These two will fight when they are together. Have you heard that two tigers cannot live on the same mountain? Hey, that's the situation in other people's homes. Your brother Mao's situation is special. You see, these two cats are different from other cats, right? While Fang Xiaokong was talking nonsense, Zheng Tan didn't think that Fang Xiaokong knew the difference between the two cats. He guessed that Fang Xiaokong was purely trying to dissuade Fang Mengmeng from raising two cats at the same time. Mao was trying to play with the two cats. Then, Fang Mengmeng, who was in Beijing, would observe the two kittens through the video sent over here and decide which one to raise. Some people thought that raising a cat depended on fate. Perhaps Fang Mengmeng was such a person. She liked the two cats at first sight. Although it was just a video, it felt different. She had seen several cats in the past few days, and none of them could compare to these two. Otherwise, she wouldn't have proposed the decision to raise both. Fang Xiaokong was overjoyed when he heard that his daughter liked it. As a father, he had finally found something to please his daughter. However, he only wanted to take one of them away. Judging from their temperament, one was enough to cause trouble. Two of them would definitely cause a ruckus. It was a joke for children to take care of cats, but if Fang Mengmeng couldn't take care of them all, there were others to help. Pleasing his daughter was one of the reasons. Fang Xiaokong mainly wanted to cultivate Fang Mengmeng's sense of responsibility. Fang Xiaokong actually didn't have much expectation for Demi. After all, there were very few cats like the black cat next to him, and relatively few were smart. How is it? Have you thought about it? Which one do you want? Fang Xiaokong asked. Fang Mengmeng still couldn't decide. She felt that both of them were good. In order to let Fang Mengmeng observe the two cats better, Fang Xiaokong controlled the small machine to move towards the cat's nest. At the same time, he wanted to see the reactions of the two cats. After waiting for half an hour, Fang Mengmeng still couldn't make a decision. Fang Xiaokong thought for a while and asked, Mao, these two cats are a male and a female, right? Yes, Demi is female, and Xiaomi is male, Mao answered. No matter which one third Master Fang took, it was the same to him. I see. Fang Mengmeng thought of something and said, I want a little female cat. Little female cat? Then I'll choose Demi. Which one is Demi? Fang Mengmeng asked. That's Sanhua. Mao pointed at Demi, who was holding a stuffed toy and chewing on it. Sanhua, it's the same as Dad. Just right, I'll choose Demi. Fang Mengmeng felt it was a pity that Xiaomi was a male cat. Otherwise, she would have wanted to persuade her dad to raise two more. After choosing, Fang Mengmeng was urged by her mother to take a nap. Only then did she leave reluctantly. Fang Xiaokong took out a pet bag and asked Mao, if I just take it away like this, will it bite me? Even if it doesn't bite, it will scratch, right? It's okay, it's still a kitten. It doesn't have much strength, Mao said casually. Fang Xiaokong looked at the sofa in the living room that had been scratched. Mao didn't say anything. These two kittens really couldn't be compared to the usual kittens. Each one was harder to deal with than the last. Actually, Mao could tell that these two kittens didn't inherit much of Black Rice's personality after they learned how to crawl and walk. They were probably similar to their father and would be difficult to please when they grew up. Fang Xiaokong stayed with Mao for a while. He planned to spend more time with Demi and get to know it better. After we take it away, will it cause a ruckus for a while? Fang Xiaokong asked. Kittens are all like that. It'll be fine in a few days. Even so, Mao was still reluctant when he put Demi into the pet bag. After all, he had been busy preparing the kittens before they were born. When they were born and he saw them grow so big, it was impossible to say that he didn't have any emotions. After Demi was taken away by Fang Xiaokong, Demi looked around and cried for a while. Mao was in a dilemma. He wondered if he should leave Demi behind. Seeing Demi like that made him feel depressed. However, after lunch in the afternoon, when Mao went to the toilet to pee, he found that Demi's nest had been dragged to the side of the sofa. There were scratches and bite marks on it. Demi usually didn't bite its nest. He looked at Demi again. Demi was sleeping in its nest. Mao called it twice, but it only made some noises from its nose. Demi then changed its position and continued sleeping. Mao scratched his head. As expected, he was thinking too much. He looked at Black Rice, who was sleeping in the bedroom. After Demi left, it only looked around and cried for a while before stopping. It continued sleeping and its appetite for dinner didn't change. Mao didn't know if other people's cats were like this. At least, it was like this in his house. However, Demi was sent away. What about Demi? Who should he give it to? Qin Tao said that Tang Kai wanted to raise it. Unfortunately, everyone knew that she wouldn't be able to raise it for long. She didn't dare to take the risk now. It was better not to harm Demi. The next day, Zheng Tan was secretly playing online at home when he heard a knock on the door. Zheng Tan was shocked. He quickly turned off the computer and moved the mouse back to its original position. He also erased any suspicious traces. When Zheng Tan turned off the computer, he heard a voice outside the door. Black Charcoal, are you home? It was Zhao Lu. What was Zhao Lu doing here at this time? It wasn't the weekend. Moreover, Zhao Lu had graduated a long time ago. Every time she came over, it was on weekends or holidays. Most of the time, she didn't have time. He had to ask for her help to send things over. How did Zhao Lu have time to come over today? Zheng Tan was puzzled. He walked quickly to the door and opened it. Zhao Lu was at the door wearing a business suit. Looking at her formal attire, she probably came directly from the company. As usual, Zhaolu would bring a lot of food and cosmetics for Jiao Ma every time she came over. To her, these things were really nothing. After placing the items on the sofa, Zhaolu grabbed a disposable paper cup and filled it with water from the water dispenser. After catching his breath, he told Zhengtan, "I've already sent a message to your mother. I'll leave the items here for now. However, I have another purpose for coming today." Zhaolu carried her bag and walked to the door. "Black charcoal, let's go and see Mao's kittens." She came for the kittens too? Zhengtan followed Zhaolu to the third floor. Zhaolu should have already contacted Mao. When Mao opened the door, it didn't show any surprise. It was still in a daze and probably didn't sleep well. It probably stayed up late playing games last night. "Hey, Xiaomi is sleeping in the nest. You can go and see for yourself. But be careful. Although this guy is still young, he has a bad temper." Mao pointed at Xiaomi's nest. Xiaomi ignored Zhaolu at first, just like how it treated Fang Xiaokong yesterday. However, there was some curiosity in its eyes. Perhaps to it, the cat teaser was not as interesting as the person in front of it. After looking for a while, Xiaomi slowly yawned and walked back to the nest to continue sleeping. Unfortunately, it was dragged out by Mao. After putting Xiaomi into the pet bag, Mao thought for a while and put Xiaomi's nest in a bag and passed it to Zhaolu. At the beginning, let it sleep in its own nest. It probably won't be able to adapt to an unfamiliar environment. Third uncle said that he made a lot of noise last night. In the afternoon, he will send someone to take away some of Xiaomi's things. He said that this will reduce its anxiety. Otherwise, it will continue to make noise tonight. Zhaolu nodded. Other than Xiaomi's nest, he also took a few plush toys. Although these plush toys were already listed by Mao as items to be thrown away, Zhaolu decided to take a few back just in case. Chapter 214. After Demi and Demi left, Mao's life returned to its original carefree state. However, recently, Mao had been running around outside during the day. Black Rice was quite quiet. Zhengtan didn't hear it barking. It had probably adapted to life without its cub. Zhengtan had seen it once recently. Black Rice seemed to be in good spirits. After stretching, Zhengtan came down from the tall parasol tree. The afternoon was suitable for sleeping, but he couldn't sleep today. Zhengtan decided to go out for a walk. It had been a while since he went to the bridge. He was going to see the blind old man. The cars honked incessantly, but Zhengtan could still hear the sound of the arrow. The old man should be in a good mood today. However, when Zhengtan walked to the bridge, he saw an unexpected acquaintance. In the shade under the bridge, Xiao Jiao was leaning there, reading a book. When Zhengtan walked over, Xiao Jiao just happened to look around. After seeing Zhengtan, Xiao Jiao's eyes were filled with surprise. "I have half a day off today, so I came over to try my luck and see if I can meet you. If I don't, I'll just sit here and read for half a day," Xiao Jiao said happily. This place was close to Elder Kun, so there must be Elder Kun's people around. Xiao Jiao wasn't worried about meeting other bad people. Xiao Jiao carried a backpack on his back and looked very new. After putting the book in his backpack, Xiao Jiao called Zhengtan to a quieter place and briefly explained the situation. "I have a new life. The household register is under the name of the big sister who brought me here. My name is now Huang Jiao," Xiao Jiao said. "Yellow wine? I'm still red wine." Zhengtan cursed in his heart. Xiao Jiao took out a cup from his backpack and poured some water on the stone slab by the side of the flower bed. He dipped his finger in the water and then wrote his name on the ground. Probably because he hadn't practiced writing for a long time, his handwriting wasn't good, but Zhengtan could see clearly which two words it was. In the past, Little Nine was directly called Little Nine at home. Zhengtan wasn't too sure about the household registration, but he saw that little Nine was quite satisfied with her new household registration and liked the name. After talking for a while, Xiaojiu told Zheng Tan to wait here while she quickly ran into the nearest supermarket. 10 minutes later, Xiaojiu ran back with her bag. Luckily, it's not the weekend today, so there aren't many people around. The drawer over there is empty too. I went to a supermarket last Saturday, and there were so many people. Zheng Tan felt that this girl had become a lot more talkative now. She liked to talk about every little thing. Perhaps to little Nine, these were happy things that she wanted to share with others. Xiaojiu came to the side of the flower bed and sat down. She opened the zipper of her bag and took out a bag of candy. Here, help me bring this to your little master. I want to thank him for the candy he gave me. It's a pity that I didn't eat much of that bag of candy. What a waste. Xiaojiu handed the bag of candy to Zheng Tan. The bag wasn't big and wasn't a challenge for Zheng Tan. However, this bag wasn't wiped with paper. Under the influence of his little misophobia, Zheng Tan hesitated. I have pocket money every month, but it's not much. This month, I only have 10 yuan. I can only buy this. It can't compare to the candy your little master gave me. When I have money in the future, I'll treat you to better food. Xiaojiu looked at Zheng Tan with anticipation. If Zheng Tan didn't catch it, Xiaojiu would probably think that he was disgusted with the candy. Forget it. Zheng Tan opened his mouth and caught the bag of candy. Only then did little Nine smile, and begin to speak again. I can't come every weekend. I'll be busier in the future and have to rush for classes. After all, I'm much older than the first graders. I can't be looked down upon by them. I haven't been to school for a long time. I've forgotten some of the Pinyin and Chinese characters that I learned in the first grade. That sister said that she hopes that I can directly enter the third grade. I think so too. I can't be with those brats who are 2 or 3 years younger than me. How embarrassing would that be, right? After talking for a while, Xiaojiu had to leave. She had to go back and study. However, even if he didn't hear Xiaojiu say all this, Zheng Tan could see that this girl's life was not bad recently. Her eyes didn't have too many worries that didn't belong to a child her age. This was a good sign. Seeing Zheng Tan walk back with the bag of candy in his mouth, Xiaojiu worriedly added, "Don't lose it." So long-winded. Swinging his tail, Zheng Tan still stopped and turned back to look at Xiaojiu helplessly. Seeing Zheng Tan like this, Xiaojiu laughed and waved her hand. Carrying her bag, she ran in the opposite direction from Zheng Tan. Probably because she was in a good mood, she jumped a few times as she ran. Zheng Tan walked back with the bag of candy in his mouth. On the way back, he directly waited for little Pomelo at the entrance of Fu Elementary. Black charcoal, who bought this? Little Pomelo walked out of school and took the bag of candy. She looked at it and asked Zheng Tan. She also looked around but didn't see anyone who could have sent the candy. Zheng Tan couldn't answer right now. After returning home, when little Pomelo was preparing to do her homework, Zheng Tan pulled out little Pomelo's drawing book. This was little Pomelo's own drawing book. When she had nothing to do, she would draw in it for fun. It wasn't an art class exercise book. Zheng Tan flipped through it and found a drawing that little Pomelo had drawn during the summer vacation. The drawing was of Xiaojiu carrying a small bucket and a sickle. It's her? Little Pomelo was surprised. Why is she here? Zheng Tan didn't know how to answer this question. On Friday night, Celestine came over with an invitation for his wedding during the National Day holiday. Although he had told Auntie Jiao about it before, Auntie Jiao had also said that there was no need to send another notice as it was too troublesome. However, in order to appear more formal, Wei Ling still specially sent an invitation card over. Jiao Ma liked to talk about this topic. She chatted with Celestine for about 10 minutes. She didn't even say anything about Celestine taking Zheng Tan out to play and possibly not coming home for the night. Jiao Ma saw that Zheng Tan's spirit had improved a lot. He had gotten rid of his previous depression, so she only gave Zheng Tan a few words of advice. As long as he was in good spirits, she didn't ask for too much for the time being. At the door of the third floor, Mao was already waiting. Walnut was also on his way to the night building. Today, they had a good gathering. The next time they got together would be at Celestine's wedding. Moreover, there would be some elders present, so they definitely wouldn't be so comfortable. On the way, Mao didn't stop talking. He was even more talkative than Celestine. From teasing Celestine to lamenting about raising a cat, he still hadn't finished talking by the time they arrived at the night building. Yi Hao was also at the night building today, but he wouldn't disturb Celestine and the other two. However, he had something to say to Zheng Tan. Celestine went upstairs to the private room first, leaving Yi Hao to talk to Zheng Tan. Exclusive private room? Zheng Tan listened to Yi Hao's words and nodded to himself. Not bad. It seemed that Yi Hao still remembered this. When Zheng Tan came to the night building, he didn't hear Celestine mention it. He thought that Yi Hao's promise of a private room had been left unsettled. He didn't expect that it would really be settled. Yi Hao still had things to do, so he couldn't stay here for long. He signaled Tiger Liang, the person in charge of the night building, to take Zheng Tan to have a look. Although Tiger Liang didn't have much contact with Zheng Tan, he knew some of the cat's legendary stories from the conversations between Leopard and Ranqi. Otherwise, his boss wouldn't have specially opened a private room for a cat, so he knew that he had to treat it seriously. Zheng Tan followed Tiger Liang to the third floor. The room that Yi Hao had arranged for Zheng Tan was right next to Celestine's. Some time ago, Yi Hao had renovated some of the private rooms on the third floor, and he had also arranged a private room for Zheng Tan. Just like Celestine's door, this one also used a card, but it wasn't a card inserting type. Yi Hao had specially arranged for someone to install a card-swiping device similar to the one in Tsinghua University's East Courtyard, but with much higher privacy and security. It was obvious that Yi Hao had put in a lot of effort. Zheng Tan looked at the small round card in Tiger Liang's hand. It was similar to the cat tag he had in the East Courtyard. In other words, this was an imitation of Zheng Tan's cat tag. This private room was a little smaller than Celestine's, but a lot of effort had been put into the renovation, especially the walls and ceiling. There were corridors for cats to crawl and walk on, and the corridors for cats hanging from the ceiling didn't look messy. Zheng Tan walked up diagonally from the wooden planks on the wall, and jumped onto the suspension bridge that led to the ceiling from a fork in the corridor. After playing around for a while, he felt that it wasn't bad. The patterns were basically cat paw prints, cat head portraits, and so on. There wasn't any other style. What made Zheng Tan blush with shame were the scratching boards and the hanging plush toys. If Zheng Tan was really a cat and not a cat with a human heart, he would definitely like these settings. For a real cat, this place was like a mini playground. In addition to these, there was also a karaoke set, which made Zheng Tan feel very satisfied. He didn't know if Yi Hao and the others were thinking that if Zheng Tan was depressed and wanted to howl in the future, there would be a special place for him to do so, instead of tormenting everyone's ears at Yi Hao's or Celestine's place. This place wasn't bad. In the future, he would bring his friends here to play. Zheng Tan thought. But, Zheng Tan lay on the soft sofa and counted with his paws. It seemed that there weren't many people he could bring over. The sheriff and Huang wouldn't come, and Depang was always guarding his grandmother. Peanuts? To be decided. Monseigneur? They weren't familiar, and Monseigneur wouldn't care about it. It had come here many times when it was with Yi Hao, but now that it was with Master Tang VII, it probably didn't care about this kind of place anymore. It seemed that it still didn't have enough friends. Tiger Liang had been observing the black cat in the room the whole time. He secretly sighed. It was indeed a very special cat. No wonder Ranqi always wore a pendant to ward off evil spirits. After looking around the room for a while, Zheng Tan went to Celestine's private room. The three of them were talking about the people who would be attending the wedding, such as Celestine's former comrades and current friends. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in these people. What made Zheng Tan curious was the master that the three of them were talking about. Celestine said that his master was still healthy and had nothing to do recently. The old man said that he would come over when he had time to see the living environment of his three disciples. Zheng Tan felt that it was a pity that Celestine's master's cat, Dashan, wouldn't be coming. As for Ermao and the other's master, what kind of person was he? Chapter 2:15. Wei Ling's wedding was set on the second day of the National Day holiday. Mama Jiao didn't plan to take the children on a long trip this year during the National Day holiday. There was too much traffic during the National Day holiday. If they went on a trip, she wouldn't be able to take care of two children and a restless cat. Celestine said that he wanted to send a car to pick her up, but Jiao Ma refused. Celestine was the star of the show today, and he would be very busy in the morning. He still had to snatch the bride, so he would need a lot of people and cars. Besides, the Jiao family had cars, and Jiao Ma knew where the wedding was going to be held. It was just Shaoguang Hotel, and she was familiar with it, so it wasn't worth the trouble. Ermao ran away early in the morning after checking the cat food. It had to help Celestine today. It was very busy last night and came back very late. If it weren't for the cat at home, it would have slept outside. After going downstairs, Jiao Ma stopped the car at the gate of the courtyard. Zheng Tan looked out and saw two people standing at the gate. Zheng Tan felt that they looked familiar. He looked down and saw the cage in the hands of the little girl, who was not much older than little Pomelo. It suddenly dawned on him that they were from this family. There was a guinea pig in the cage. Zheng Tan had seen it before. He remembered that Celestine called this guy Chestnut. 2 years ago, this little guy was almost eaten by the sheriff and Huang when it came out on its own. Zheng Tan also saw Celestine at that time. The mother and daughter were the wife and child of Celestine's comrade. Unfortunately, that comrade died in a mission. Celestine and other comrades in arms had been helping him. Celestine often came to visit the mother and daughter. This time, Celestine definitely had to attend Celestine's wedding. Jiao Ma gestured for the two men to get into the car. She had already contacted them last night. Anyway, she would help Celestine bring the two men over. Since Jiao Pa was not around, the car could still fit 2 more people. Zheng Tan and little Pomelo were in the back seat. When the mother and daughter came in, they were a little surprised to see the cat. The little girl was more guarded. After all, many cats were not very friendly to guinea pigs. Seeing that Zheng Tan had been sitting quietly beside little Pomelo, the mother and daughter were relieved. "Don't worry, my black charcoal is very sensible. He won't bully other animals," Jiao Ma said. "That's right. Black charcoal never bullies the weak, unless it's a bad rat that steals things." Jiao Yuan turned his head to look behind him, his eyes fixed on the furball in the cage. However, the mother smiled and didn't say anything. She didn't think so. Fortunately, her guinea pig was kept in a cage, and the cat couldn't get in. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, were mainly looking at Chestnut. On the way to the hotel, Jiao Yuan was more talkative and took the initiative to ask about the guinea pig. "I should have left Chestnut at home, but the child didn't want to. He said that he wanted to take Chestnut out to play," the mother said. "That's right. My guinea pig is the same. I have to take it with me everywhere. But my guinea pig is very sensible. It doesn't run around." Jiao Ma smiled. In front of outsiders, of course, they would pick the good things to say. Jiao Ma didn't expose Zheng Tan's secret. However, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo felt a little guilty. They knew very well how black charcoal was like. As long as the weather was good, this guy would run around most of the time during the day. Zheng Tan didn't blush when he heard Jiao Ma's somewhat exaggerated praise. Even if he did, it wouldn't be obvious. He lay on little Pomelo's lap in a serious manner. However, the guinea pig in the seat next to them was restless. It even barked at Zheng Tan a few times. It wasn't sure if it recognized him. Zheng Tan glanced at it and ignored it. This guy was a little bigger than the first time he saw it. It looked about 20 centimeters long. Its appearance was indeed likable and harmless. It was no wonder that children liked it. Chestnut doesn't seem to be afraid of black charcoal, the girl holding the cage said. After all, she had raised Chestnut for so long. She could definitely get the general meaning from Chestnut's barks and some of its actions. It probably knows that this cat doesn't have any bad intentions. Animals have a very good sixth sense. The mother smiled. It took some time to get from Tsinghua University to the hotel. On the way, Yuan Zi called once. Jiao Ma couldn't drive, so Jiao Yuan picked him up. Yuan Zi said that he would leave later. He had originally planned to bring some people along if there were too many people in the Jiao family. Since it wasn't necessary, he wasn't in a hurry. Some of the people in the company who were close to Celestine, such as the few comrades that Celestine had introduced to him, ran out before dawn. Today, Celestine looked a lot more decent. During the wedding ceremony, everyone's attention was on the newlyweds. Zheng Tan squatted on the stool and couldn't see anything. He had his back against the wall, so he didn't have to worry about people behind him. Both sides were well covered by little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan. If he wanted to look out, Zheng Tan could only see half of his head peeking out from under the table. He had to cover his ears to prevent others from seeing him. Although the people at this table didn't care, there was no guarantee that the people at other tables wouldn't mind. He had to save some face for Celestine. As for Chestnut, it had been hidden in a special bag. It was even worse than Zheng Tan's. The table was filled with familiar faces. Yuan Zi took time out of her time to come over today. One reason was because of Wei Ling's wedding, and the other reason was to chat with the Jiao family. She also wanted to see the fortune cat. Usually, this big boss was very busy and didn't have much time. Now that she finally had some free time, she wanted to get some fortune chi. This was a live version of the live version, not the fortune cat ornament in his office. At this table, except for the Jiao family, Yuan Zi, and the mother and daughter, the others were all Celestine's comrades. Some of them often helped the mother and daughter, so there was no awkward silence. He heard from Mao that they had hired someone to take a video. Zheng Tan could just watch the video. Anyway, he wasn't very curious about that. Although she couldn't see what was going on outside, Zheng Tan could hear Mao, Senior Walnut, and a few other people who she had never heard before cheering loudly when the wedding was going through certain procedures. Zheng Tan felt so hungry that he wanted to sleep. He had digested the food he had for breakfast, so he was hungry and bored. When the wedding banquet finally started, Zheng Tan just buried himself in the food. Anyway, there was no shortage of people who helped him to take food, especially Yuan Zi. He was so active in taking food that the others at the table were confused. When Celestine came over to propose a toast, he wanted to signal to Zheng Tan, but Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo blocked him so tightly that Celestine could only see black pointy ears. After the banquet, many people who were busy with work or had other things to do had to leave. Celestine also booked some rooms in the hotel. Those who had nothing else to do in the afternoon and wanted to play cards could go upstairs and rest. He also arranged dinner. After Yuan Zi left, Jiao Ma took the children and the mother and daughter upstairs to rest. The three children prepared to play cards while the two mothers talked. Zheng Tan wanted to sleep, but Chestnut, who was released from the cage, kept coming to Zheng Tan's side. Zheng Tan raised his foot to push it away, but in a few seconds, it came to him again. Annoyed by the disturbance, Zheng Tan jumped onto the back of the sofa and ignored Chestnut's calls. Before Zheng Tan could sleep for long, Mao came over. "Black charcoal, do you want to come over and play?" Mao looked at the black cat lying on the back of the sofa. He knew that whether he could take the cat away or not depended on the cat. If it agreed, the Jiao family would at most say a few words or say a few words. Basically, they would not object. Zheng Tan thought for a while. Anyway, it was boring to stay here, so he followed Mao and went to see the legendary master. Mao was originally in the big suite with a few brothers who had not seen each other for a long time, but as they chatted, it became the master scolding his disciples one by one. Celestine was the star of the show today. He came to the room for a while, and when he saw that the situation was not right, he ran away with the excuse of accompanying the bride and entertaining the guests, leaving the other brothers there to be scolded. Especially those who had not been caught by the master for a long time, including Mao, they were the main targets of the scolding. Therefore, Mao thought of the black cat that was still in the hotel and planned to pull Zheng Tan over to divert his attention. After all, the master was also a cat owner. Although the cat in the master's house was very special, if the cat came over, the master's attention should be diverted from them. Black charcoal, be careful later. Well, anyway, be careful and be smart. Mao could not help but say one more sentence before opening the door. Mao did not finish his sentence. Zheng Tan did not know what Mao was trying to say. Was there any danger in there? Probably not. When Mao opened the door, Zheng Tan followed behind him and went in. There was no smell of smoke inside. It was rare that a group of men did not smoke. Or was it because of the master that they did not smoke? However, there was no smell of smoke. There were other smells. Other than the smell of strangers, there was something else. Other than Mao and Senior Walnut, Zheng Tan did not recognize any of the people sitting in the room. Mao was the youngest. In terms of age, other than the only old man, there were a few middle-aged men who looked about the same age as Senior Walnut. In the past, when he heard Celestine and the others talk about it, it seemed that there were older people counting up. It was just that they had important positions and were entangled with work. They were so free that they could not leave. The big red packet must have been in Celestine's hands. That bastard Celestine was probably counting the money now. Zheng Tan had a very strange feeling from the moment he entered the room. It was as if someone was hiding in the dark and spying on him. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, it would be nonsense to say that he did not feel pressured. However, Zheng Tan felt that these people did not have any ill intentions, so he relaxed a little. They were mostly sizing him up, especially the old man who looked to be in good spirits. At first glance, this old man had a tough style. However, after a few more glances, he felt a lot more slippery. When he looked at Zheng Tan, he was playing with the pai gao in his hands. He did not know if Mao's habit of playing cards had been learned from him. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The people in the room did not speak after Zheng Tan followed Mao and the others. They played cards, drank tea, and picked their teeth. Everyone was busy with their own things. At the same time, they looked at Zheng Tan as if they were expecting something. Zheng Tan's feeling was even stronger. He always trusted his intuition. Since the enemy did not move, Zheng Tan decided to make a move first. Zheng Tan lifted his feet and walked from the door to the sofa. He kept his ears up and was alert to the movements around him. His eyes were focused on the few people sitting on the sofa. Unfortunately, he could not see much from these people's eyes. They were indeed Celestine and Mao's seniors and juniors. Each one was better at pretending than the other. As the feeling grew stronger and stronger, and at the same time, it sensed movement behind it. Zheng Tan suddenly turned around and swung its claws out. It didn't even look at the attacker carefully. Its claws hooked onto the attacker's clothes, and with a turn of its body, it threw the attacker away. Chapter 216. Ha ha ha. The old man who was playing pai gao with an expressionless face threw it on the coffee table, slapping his leg and laughing heartily. The people sitting on the sofa also laughed out loud, with surprise and curiosity in their eyes. In contrast, Mao and Walnut's first reaction was not to laugh or be surprised, but to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this cat has the ability, so it didn't lose out. Mao thought. Zheng Tan didn't care about the people on the sofa, but stared at the attacker he had just thrown out. The one who had attacked Zheng Tan wasn't a human, but a monkey wearing a small suit. It seemed to be the kind of macaque that was shown on TV. Macaques were widely distributed in the country and were considered a relatively common species of monkey. However, there were not many people who had the right to raise them. Other than the acrobatic troupes, zoos, and some tourist attractions, Zheng Tan had only seen one in real life. At this moment, the macaque had already gotten up and ran to a person's side, squeaking. Zheng Tan didn't know what it was saying, but from the way the monkey pointed at Zheng Tan and then at the small suit on its body, it was probably complaining. F***ck, you dared to complain when you took the initiative to attack. The atmosphere in the room began to liven up again. Some were talking about the trick Zheng Tan used to throw the monkey, some were making fun of the monkey, and most importantly, they had made a last-minute bet when Mao went to find Zheng Tan, betting on who would lose out. Strangely, except for the owner of the monkey and two other people, the others, including Walnut and the old man, all bet on Zheng Tan. Now these people were busy collecting money. What were they saying just now? Wu, song, hit, hu, ha ha ha. Walnut and the others who had won the bet shouted in unison. This group of people's personalities were really bad. Zheng Tan cursed in his heart. Mao also took some time to talk to Zheng Tan and told her about the monkey. The man who raised the monkey was also Celestine and Mao's senior. He was also He Tao's junior. His name was Pei Liang, and he used to be a soldier. After retiring from the army, he returned to his hometown and opened a shop. Pei Liang's family was located in a tourist area. It was close to a mountain. The shop he opened was a tourist business. His life was pretty good. However, one day when Pei Liang went to make a delivery, a little monkey suddenly ran over and jumped up from his trousers, hugging Pei Liang's arm and not letting go. Later, he found out that it was a tourist who met a little monkey without a mother while traveling. Out of curiosity, he wanted to bring it back to play. Who knew that the little monkey would find an opportunity to escape? For some reason, it grabbed Pei Liang's arm and refused to let go. After the tourist left, the little monkey was brought back to the mountains by the person in charge of that place. However, after a period of time, the little monkey somehow found Pei Liang's house and ran to his house every few days. The people living nearby would sometimes encounter monkeys, but after all, it was not often. Sometimes, in order to prevent the monkeys from going down the mountain to steal things, they would take some protective measures. There were not many incidents like Pei Liang's house that always had monkeys visiting. The monkey that Pei Liang encountered at his house was an exception. Gradually, it became familiar with Pei Liang's youngest son and did a lot of catching fish and birds. It helped pass the shovel to the children at home when they dug traps. It also followed the children at home when they went to join in the fun. However, it could not be like this all the time. Under his son's strong request, Pei Liang went to find someone to go through some procedures. After all, without the approval of the relevant forestry administrative department, the practice of privately raising nationally protected animals was illegal transportation and breeding. When he was naming it, Pei Liang wanted to just call it the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. It sounded domineering, but Pei Liang's family was more particular and felt that the name could not be too high. Therefore, he removed Heaven and Sage and left Chi Da. However, Chi Da sounded a little like someone's boss. Pei Liang felt that it was too troublesome to think of a name, so he directly added the word Da at the back. Therefore, Chi Da, the name that Zheng Tan felt was very awkward, hung on the macaque's head and would accompany it for the rest of its life. Chi Da's status in the family was not low. The children protected it, and the elders doted on it. Pei Liang's old mother even wore reading glasses and personally sewed a set of great sage, heaven's equal, clothes. In Mao's words, it looked like it was singing an opera. The monkey's IQ was higher than some animals. After interacting with humans for a long time, it naturally learned some things. In the past 5 years, it became even more clever and strange. Therefore, Pei Liang did not dare to let it out at Celestine's wedding. Chi, this fellow, learned a lot of bad habits from the children at home. Celestine finally got married. If something happened, Celestine would definitely blame it on Pei Liang. Later on, there was a production team filming a movie at Pei Liang's place. Pei Liang's son brought Chi Dada over to watch the show and was fancied. After some discussion, they paid Pei Liang a sum of money to guide Chi Dada to make a cameo appearance. Originally, they prepared a trained monkey, but the monkey saw that it was not as intelligent as Chi Dada and changed it at the last minute. Reality proved that the effect was not bad. During that time, Chida got along very well with the film crew. It was always funny. After that, there were people who went there to film movies, TV series, scenes, documentaries, and promotional videos. It was unknown if the film crew had contacted each other, but they went to look for Chida. This monkey became very popular, and even Pei Liang's family business flourished for a long time. Now, many tourists went there for a vacation. When they heard Chida's name, they curiously went to take a look and even took photos. Chida, this monkey, loved to take photos. Who knew how many photos there were at home? When it looked at the camera, it naturally posed in a pretentious manner. Did you hear that? Whose pet can make more money than people? This is also supporting the family. Pei Liang sighed and showed off. He wanted to save some face for his monkey. Chida next to him also chirped a few times, as if it was responding. However, when they heard Pei Liang's words, pets make money to support the family, Mao and Walnut looked at Jing Tan at the same time, but did not say much. A few people around them noticed Mao and Walnut's actions and asked a few questions. However, Mao did not elaborate. He only said that this black cat also made money to support the family, and it was a rich man. It turns out that this mongrel cat is more powerful than Chida. This is too low-key. We haven't seen any news about this cat, someone said. That's because its father doesn't allow it to be high-profile, Mao answered. That's right. The old master slammed the coffee table. Several people looked at the coffee table at the same time. After making sure that the coffee table was not broken, they continued to talk and laugh. They were all muttering in their hearts. When would the master change his bad habit of slamming the table? Fortunately, the old master knew not to destroy things in the hotel. The old man didn't feel that he had done anything inappropriate, so he continued, "This is to protect the cat." Nowadays, some people are blinded by greed and will do anything. Besides, animals don't enjoy some protection like people do, especially those that are not listed in the national protection level. They can only accept it if they suffer, so it's better to protect them. Pei Liang, you should learn from this. Yes, yes, yes. Pei Liang nodded. It's not because my home is in the mountains, unlike the big cities where there are many people. I'm not the only one raising monkeys there. Are other people's monkeys as popular as yours? The old master glared. No. Pei Liang withered. I will definitely pay attention. Cough, speaking of which, this cat is really strong. Someone received Pei Liang's pleading look and changed the topic. Sure enough, once the topic changed to cats, the old master stopped talking about Pei Liang. What's so strange about that? Cats can't be judged by common sense. My cat has caught prey several times bigger than this one. The old man said in a matter-of-fact tone. The person who spoke just now curled his lips slightly and did not say anything. Anyway, the old master had his reasons and was not allowed to refute. As for the cat in the master's house, Looking at the black cat not far away and thinking about the cat in the master's house, how could they be the same? Apart from the problem of strength, this cat's reaction was also very fast. When the black cat attacked, Chi Dada had just jumped out. Its reaction was really fast. One person said, Mao, did you leak the secret? Did you tell the cat that there was a monkey in the house? Another person asked. No, definitely not. I only told it to be more alert. Mao denied. The old master nodded. This cat was alert from the moment it entered the door. When its ears moved, I knew that the cat had noticed Chi Dada. It must have known that the monkey would attack from behind, so it was prepared. Zheng Tan. You flatter me. I really do not have the ability to find that stupid monkey. Also, from the perspective of human psychology, Zheng Tan did not want to be compared to other animals. It felt like he was bullying the weak. You guys. The old man raised his hand and pointed at Mao and the others one by one. You guys are not even as good as a cat. Mao and the other disciples all looked like they were choking at the same time, but no one refuted. Well, no matter what topic they were talking about, they had to be scolded. Zheng Tan listened to this group of people chatting and noticed that the old man was either scolding them or praising his cat. Zheng Tan, who had experienced it himself, knew that the words that came out of his cat's mouth were all kinds of good things, but when he actually saw the cat, he knew that it was all kinds of bad things. Chi Dada, who was hiding next to Pei Liang, had been thrown and now did not dare to go near Zheng Tan. It probably saw that Zheng Tan was not a soft persimmon, but a dangerous creature. It did not dare to go near him, but it kept provoking him. For example, it threw melon seeds and peanuts at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was angry. When he went near, the cat would hide next to Pei Liang and squeak. Later, Zheng Tan was too lazy to care about it. He changed places and jumped onto the back of Walnut's sofa. The cat did not dare to throw things. If it accidentally threw things at Walnut's level, both the monkey and the people would be scolded. After eating in the afternoon, they went back home. Mao and the others went to the bridal room to make a scene. Zheng Tan was not in the mood to follow them. He was a cat, so why should he join in? Originally, Zheng Tan thought that after Celestine's wedding, he would not see that monkey again. But a week later, Mao asked Zheng Tan if he wanted to go out and play. It said that Chi Dada missed him. It turned out that Pei Liang had brought this cat to Chuhua City this time. First, it was to attend Celestine's wedding. Second, it was to film a movie in a city near Chuhua City. Chi Dada was going to make a cameo appearance. It was said that the pay was quite high. He went to film the day after the wedding and only came back yesterday. 2 weeks later, there was an animal show in Beijing. During this time, Pei Liang stayed at Walnut's house. Mao drove Zheng Tan to Walnut's house. That monkey is probably holding a grudge. It's probably thinking about how to take revenge this time. Black Coal, you have to be more careful. Don't get beaten up. Beaten up? How was that possible? Just because of that monkey? After arriving at Walnut's house, just as he entered, Zheng Tan heard a sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, Chi Dada was riding on a big dog. It looked at Zheng Tan proudly and raised its chin. Chapter 217. Hey, senior, why do you have a dog here? Mao stared at the dog. Seeing that the dog didn't show any hostility towards Zheng Tan, he let out a sigh of relief. Zheng Tan also saw that the dog in front of him was very vigilant at the beginning. After staring at him and Mao for a while, it became much more amiable and didn't seem to be aggressive. However, it still blocked Zheng Tan and Mao at the door and didn't seem to want to leave. But the monkey on the big dog's back saw that the big dog didn't show any aggression for a long time and barked anxiously. It even pulled the collar on the dog's neck. Black Gold, come here. It's a guest. Walnut's voice came from the study. The big dog in front of Zheng Tan and Mao immediately moved away and walked towards the study. This made Qi Dada even more anxious. It seemed to feel embarrassed and pulled the collar on the dog's neck a few more times to make the big dog turn around. Unfortunately, not only did it not make the big dog change direction, it was also thrown off the big dog's back. Rolling on the ground, Qi Dada got up and looked at Zheng Tan. Seeing that Zheng Tan's eyes weren't good, it quickly ran to the study to find a backer. It didn't want to be beaten again. When Zheng Tan walked into the study, he saw that the big dog was lying next to Walnut, ignoring everyone else. Qi Dada jumped to Pei Liang, probably to complain. Another tattletale. Zheng Tan felt disdain in his heart. This is a Kunming dog, right? It looks like it has served in the army. Mao's eyes lit up as it looked at Black Gold. Most men would prefer to have a dog. Just like when Zheng Tan first met Walnut, Walnut had said, "I'd rather have a dog than a cat." Yes. Walnut was very proud when he heard Mao's words. Black Gold is a military dog that retired early due to injury. It belongs to a friend's company. Although a dog's status can't be compared to a person's, it's still a soldier, isn't it? People say that every carrot is a pit. It's also a weapon in the military. Even if you want it, you don't necessarily have it. I spent a lot of effort to get it here. After it came here, I still had to break it in. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. 2 days ago, he even helped me catch a drug dealer. This dog is really awesome. But I don't dare to take him to the police station. This kind of dog usually doesn't bite people casually. If it really bites, it's even more vicious than a wolf. You raised it without a word. That day at the hotel, when everyone was bragging about their pets, I didn't hear you say anything about dogs. But then again, don't you have police dogs? If you wanted to raise a dog, you wouldn't have waited until now. Mao asked. Isn't that right? Furthermore, after bringing it back, it took some time for it to get used to this place. If it was someone else with a strong temper, I wouldn't have been able to invite it back at all. He Jin might be able to help. He could help catch criminals when he was outside, guard against thieves when he was at home, and even help collect shoes when it rained. According to my friend, when he was in the company, Black Gold was often ordered by those people to steal other people's shoes so that he could make a fool of himself during an emergency assembly. Once, he even stole from his company commander. Lying on the ground, He Jin's ears twitched from time to time as he paid attention to his surroundings. Occasionally, he would hear a few familiar words and raise his head to look at Walnut. When Walnut talked about his friend and the company, He Jin whimpered from the ground. Walnut leaned over and patted He Jin's head. You miss them, right? Zheng Tan suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become sad. Even Qi Dada didn't move. His eyes were wide open and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hey, Mao, let me show you some photos of Qi Dada from a while ago. Pei Liang spoke to break the sad atmosphere. Look, there's also a popular female celebrity. I also have her autograph. I can sell it for a lot of money. Zheng Tan was speechless. So he was trying to get her autograph so that he could sell it for money? These photos can be used to show off on shows and increase popularity. Pei Liang treasured these photos and specially bought a few albums to store them. When the time came, he would use them to show off. They're filming a period drama and they're wearing costumes. Senior Pei, aren't you afraid of being investigated for showing off their photos? Mao pointed at the photos in the album. It's okay. I've already asked for permission. They're happy to do it. This is also a kind of publicity that can increase their popularity. Obviously, this wasn't the first time Pei Liang had encountered this kind of situation. He was very familiar with it and had considered many aspects. While Mao was looking at the photos, Pei Liang took out his digital camera and said to Zheng Tan, "Come, 3 friends. Let's take a photo to commemorate this. You can take a photo, but don't let it leak out, Walnut said. I know. I know what to do. Pei Liang waved his hand and motioned for Zheng Tan to go over. Hey Jean, black charcoal. They're both from the He family. It's fate. Who knows when these two will work together? After all, they both have experience in solving cases, Walnut said jokingly. To take a photo, Zheng Tan looked at Chi Dada who was flirting and then looked at He Jin who was obediently squatting there as if he was carrying out a mission. Zheng Tan thought for a while and jumped onto a small chair. If he was short, he had to stand taller. Otherwise, if Chi Dada and He Jin came over, Zheng Tan would look thin and small. Chi Dada didn't dare to stand close to Zheng Tan. He let He Jin stand in the middle while Zheng Tan and Chi Dada stood on both sides. Zheng Tan didn't care if he stood in the middle or on both sides. He just needed to take a photo. After returning home, Zheng Tan thought he wouldn't see that monkey again. However, a few days later, Pei Liang brought Chi Dada to visit him. Actually, Mao didn't allow them to enter the house. They had to come to the Jiao family. As soon as Chi Dada entered Mao's house, He Jin started to roar. Mao didn't care about anything else. His cat was more important. As for the monkey, it was better for him to stand outside the door. Mao cared about his cat, but Pei Liang cared about his monkey even more. After sitting at Mao's house for a while, Pei Liang discussed with Mao and asked Mao to bring them upstairs. After all, Jiao Ma didn't know Pei Liang. It was Saturday. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan were both doing homework in their room. They didn't want to bother when they heard that there were guests. However, when they heard that there was a monkey, they immediately put down their pens and ran to the living room. Chi Dada was wearing a thin windbreaker today. It was wearing a hat just now. I didn't look carefully just now. I thought it was a kid. After hearing Mao's introduction, Jiao Ma welcomed Pei Liang and Chi Dada warmly. It's a pity that we don't have bananas at home. We don't have much food left either. Don't bother. Just give it a glass of water. Pei Liang quickly stopped Jiao Ma who was about to go out to buy food. Auntie Jiao still washed some fruits and brought them out. There were also some snacks. Pei Liang selectively let Chi Dada eat some. It was easy to get a stomachache if he ate anything. After all, this foodie was not human. When Chi Dada followed Jiao Yuan to play with toys in his room, there were only a few adults left in the living room. Today, Pei Liang came to visit. He wanted to see what kind of family raised Zheng Tan's special cat. Secondly, he wanted to take a picture of his three friends and talk about some things. Pei Liang took out a cigarette and was about to smoke. However, he remembered that there was only a woman and 2 children in the house. He put the cigarette down again. It's okay. Go ahead. No. If I take out the cigarette, Chi Dada will waste another one of my cigarettes. Oh, it even smokes. Jiao Ma was surprised. Yeah. Pei Liang began to complain. From smoking to drinking, now it even knew how to play cards. This guy even has its own wardrobe made by its family. There are also some souvenir clothes from the crew. Chi Dada is so arrogant. Even if its clothes are torn, we won't throw them away unless it dislikes them. It's been spoiled by its family. This triggered Mama Jiao's response. My family's too. It's been spoiled. Its temper is bigger than a human's. Zheng Tan, who was listening in the room, was speechless. Chi Dada got along well with the children. Maybe it was because it had more contact with children since it was young. It wasn't like other cats and dogs that ran away when they saw naughty children. Now, Chi Dada was bullying the 2 little Brazilian turtles in the tank. When the little turtles stuck their heads out, Chi Dada would poke them with its paws. When they stuck their heads out again, Chi Dada would poke them again. It looked like it was asking for trouble. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were laughing at the side. Participating in a show in Beijing? In the living room, Jiao Ma was surprised. Yes, the invitation was sent out 2 months ago. Because of this, my family has been preparing with it. My mother even bought good cloth and made a new Monkey King costume for it. It was sewn according to the appearance of Sun Wukong in the old version of Journey to the West on TV. She's waiting to shock everyone. I think your cat can participate too. Many of the animals participating in the show are very smart. Many of them have been on TV series, and movies before. They're half a star. I heard that your cat has also acted in commercials. It's definitely qualified. You can call and sign up. Did you sign up like this too? Jiao Ma asked. No. Pei Liang shook his head. Speaking of this matter, he began to show off again. Our family was invited by the production team personally. They didn't even need to check their qualifications because Chi Dada had already filmed many films and taken photos with many celebrities. As for the reason why we were invited to the show, a few months ago, there was a heated discussion about eating monkey brains. The show's crew suddenly saw Chi Dada in a TV series, so they came up with this idea to ask people to show mercy. My cat did the same thing, Jiao Ma said. We went to act in a public service advertisement because of the cat abuse incident. It could attract more public attention. Sigh, people nowadays. After a while, Zheng Tan heard Jiao Ma's exclamation and looked over. He saw Pei Liang showing off the photos of Chi Dada with the stars. Even little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan ran over to see. Before Pei Liang left, he left his phone number and the address of his restaurant. If the Jiao family wanted to travel there, they could inform them in advance. They would reserve a room for them, provide food and drinks, and even provide a tour guide. That was Chi Dada's territory. The show that Chi Dada participated in happened to be broadcast on a Saturday, usually around 8:00 in the evening. In the past, Jiao Ma would be watching a TV series at this time. However, today was an exception. The 3 Jiao family members and Zheng Tan were gathered in front of the TV. The show had been filmed a long time ago. Pei Liang had already brought Chi Dada home, but the first broadcast was that night. When Chi Dada went on stage, he was dressed in the Monkey King costume with 2 pheasant feathers on his head. It looked 70% to 80% similar to the costume of the Monkey King in Journey to the West. As soon as he went on stage, he danced with the golden cudgel and somersaulted. The audience applauded and cheered. After the performance, he bowed to show that he was not only talented but also polite. Zheng Tan couldn't help but sigh. Chi Dada had acted before. When he interacted with the host, he could always draw the audience's attention away from the pretty host and onto Chi Dada. As the host said, Chi Dada was a monkey spirit. There were other talent shows after that. Many pets had performed simple arithmetic before, but Pei Liang wasn't going to let Chi Dada perform that. Chi Dada can dance with a stick on stage and help with cooking at home. He's so versatile. However, I still have to ask, does Chi Dada have any other talents to show? The host asked Pei Liang, as if he didn't know anything. Pei Liang pretended to think for a while. Then let's have a poem with emotion. The audience at the scene and in front of the TV were curious. How could this monkey recite a poem with emotion? They didn't have to wait long before they finally found out. Chi Dada faced the audience. Behind him, the background screen showed, goose, 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 curving its neck to the sky. White feathers floating on the green water, red palms plucking the clear waves. Pei Liang read it once. Chi Dada followed suit. G, 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 G. G, 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 G. In addition to this poem, Pei Liang read a few more lines, and Chi Dada followed suit. Although the audience couldn't understand, Chi Dada's punctuation, rhythm, and change of tone were all done very well, which made the audience laugh. Jiao Yuan looked at the TV, threw a piece of chocolate into his mouth, and said, "I think black charcoal can also go and meow a few poems. He'll definitely do better than Chi Dada." Little Pomelo nodded in agreement. Zheng Tan. "I won't go even if you beat me to death." After the show was funny, it began to stir up emotions. Pei Liang's acting skills were not to be trifled with. Although most of the narration was true, it still needed some embellishment to make people feel more deeply and understand the sense of responsibility. Many times, pets were treated like another child in the family. Perhaps many people could not understand, but those who had the same experience nodded their heads repeatedly. The host also contacted Pei Liang's home. Pei Liang's grandmother answered the phone. After the old lady received the call and heard the host's explanation, the first thing she said was, "Chi Dada, it's your grandmother." The host laughed and whispered, "Pei Liang is at the back." The audience was also laughing. Hearing the voice, Chi Dada looked around but didn't find anyone. Pei Liang handed the microphone to it. "Come, talk to your grandmother." Chi Dada grabbed the phone and chirped. No one could understand what it was saying, but it seemed that this monkey was very emotional and its eyes were wet. "Come back early after the show. Be careful on the road." Before the call ended, Pei Liang's mother said this to end the call. After the call, Chi Dada jumped into Pei Liang's arms. Pei Liang patted its back as if comforting a child. "You must be homesick. Let's go straight home after the show." After that, there wasn't much to talk about Pei Liang and Chi Dada. The show was coming to an end, and the theme had to be introduced. The background screen showed some pictures of monkeys in cages, and the uneasiness and fear in their eyes. This was the popular topic of eating monkey brains during that period of time. Chapter 218. Zheng Tan opened one of the compartments in the hidden drawer of the cat tree. This compartment was specially cleared by Zheng Tan to store business cards and other things. He had never thought about business cards before. After all, who would give a cat a business card? But now that he knew more people, there were bound to be some special people with different ideas. For example, on the day of Celestine's wedding, Zheng Tan had received a lot of business cards in the suite of Air Mao's brothers. At that time, Air Mao had helped to keep them, and later gave them to Zheng Tan when they returned to the villa complex. Those who had business cards gave business cards. Those who didn't have business cards cut a piece of paper about the size of a business card and wrote down some addresses. For example, Air Mao's master did the same. He asked Zheng Tan to visit him when he had time and get to know Dashan. He didn't know whether the paper was for Zheng Tan or for Zheng Tan's Jiao family. The latter was more likely. In these people's eyes, a cat could understand everything. It was already very capable to receive business cards. Pei Liang's business cards were quite professional. They were exquisitely made. Pei Liang often went out and interacted with many people, so he was more particular about business cards. Pei Liang also allowed Zheng Tan to travel there with the Jiao family when she had time. They could go sightseeing. Zheng Tan really wanted to travel, but he couldn't travel alone in his current cat form. The three Jiao family members couldn't leave either. Even if it was the holidays, Jiao Ma didn't dare to take the two children far. If they wanted to travel, they had to wait for the Jiao Pa to come back. Zheng Tan counted the days. It had only been half a year since the Jiao Pa left. He had to wait. Celestine was now married and had a wife. Recently, he was busy making babies. He quit smoking and drinking and didn't go to the nightclub. He was very well behaved. Air Mao, on the other hand, often went out. He didn't know where to go with Qin Tao and the others. Thinking about it carefully, the only people who acted as Zheng Tan's transportation vehicle and drivers were these two. Now that the two of them were busy with their own things, it was impossible for Zheng Tan to go out and have fun. As for Fang Xiaokong, he was busy and had a big family business. Zheng Tan didn't count on him. After looking at the business card, Zheng Tan sighed. He locked the drawer again and hid the key. He stretched and decided to go out for a walk. Huang and the sheriff were staring at the sparrow under the trees in the courtyard. De Pang was lying on the grass, basking in the sun, looking lazy. Zheng Tan walked out of the courtyard and decided to walk around the campus. There weren't many people at this time, and there weren't many cars coming and going. Zheng Tan casually walked on the main road. Suddenly, he heard a scolding behind him. He turned around and saw a modified three-wheeled bicycle. It was more like a heavy-duty bicycle used to pull goods. However, the back of the bicycle was smaller and didn't need to be stepped on. It could be used as an electric bicycle. There was also a basket in front of the bicycle. The person riding the bicycle was an old man. Behind the old man's bicycle was a border collie. It was the target of the old man's scolding. At the moment, it was running with the bicycle. Before it was scolded, it smelled something and ran into the grass. Looking at its size, this border collie should be underage, but it was full of energy. When the old man scolded it, it immediately rushed out of the grass and continued to run with the bicycle. The old man controlled the speed of the bicycle. It wasn't fast, but because the border collie was distracted, it fell a little far away. After the old man rode past Zheng Tan, the border collie ran past Zheng Tan like a gust of wind. Zheng Tan walked on the sidewalk. The old man rode his bicycle on the driveway. He didn't pay attention to Zheng Tan on the sidewalk. After the border collie ran past Zheng Tan, it suddenly stopped and looked at Zheng Tan. It wagged its tail and ran towards Zheng Tan. It seemed to be very curious about Zheng Tan's cat, but it didn't show any malice. If it were an ordinary cat, regardless of whether it had any malice, when it saw a big dog running towards it, its first reaction would be to run. If it didn't run, it would bow and growl. However, Zheng Tan didn't intend to pay attention to the dog. It would soon be called away by the old man anyway. Sure enough, before the border collie could get close to Zheng Tan, it was called away by the old man riding in front of him. It seemed to be quite obedient. If it were the Sahara, it would pretend not to hear you even if you called it a few times. It might even run away. After climbing up the hill, Zheng Tan saw the border collie jump onto the old man's bicycle and squat in the loading area. It put its chin on the edge and looked around curiously. Zheng Tan thought about it and was sure that he had never seen the dog before. Perhaps it was because he hadn't walked around campus for a few months. In June, in order to avoid people who knew him putting the title of a mythical beast on his head, he rarely ran around campus. He went out for walks more often. Then he stayed outside during the summer vacation. In September, although he walked around, there were still many places he didn't go. Maybe there were new members, so it was normal that he hadn't seen it before. He shook his head and stopped thinking about what had just happened. Whether there were new members or not, it didn't have much to do with him. He then walked slowly along the main road. When he passed by the School of Physics building, Zheng Tan glanced over there and saw the three-wheeled electric car parked not far from the door. The border collie near the car was sniffing around on the grass. As for the old man, there were 3 people standing at the door of the building. One was the old man riding the bicycle, one he didn't know, and the third one Zheng Tan was familiar with. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Lord Zheng for a while. Thinking about it, Lord Zheng was also a busy man. Lord Zheng was still the same as usual. There was always a sense of seriousness on his face, and he stood there with a strong aura. However, the other 2 people obviously had some status. Looking at the way they spoke, they were not so restrained and were very casual. It seemed that these 3 people were acquaintances. Zheng Tan was still some distance away from the gate of the School of Physics. Originally, he didn't intend to get close. He just passed by when he was taking a stroll. However, when Zheng Tan was about to leave, the border collie sniffing the wildflowers on the grass saw Zheng Tan. It immediately wagged its tail and ran towards Zheng Tan, looking very excited. Zheng Tan was speechless. F***ck, it's just a cat. Why is this dog so excited? Ignoring the over-energetic dog that was blindly jumping in front of him, Zheng Tan walked along the original route. The old man riding the bicycle was talking to two friends, but he was also paying attention to his dog. When he caught a glimpse of his dog rushing out, he looked over there. It seems to be the black cat I saw on the road, said the old man. The other two people also looked over there, especially Lord Zeng. Black charcoal? What? Yi-hee, do you know that cat? Whose family is it? Asked the old man. Yi-hee is Lord Zeng's real name. The students gave her such a name because Lord Zeng's name was similar to Yehenra's, and the aura of the official was enough, while the teachers all called her Dean Yi, Professor Yi, Teacher Yi, and those who were familiar with her status would call her Yi-hee. Tan Fong, hurry up and call your dog over. Don't bite the cat, Lord Zeng said to the old man. It's okay. Cola won't really bite. It just wants to find a friend to play with. It just came here not long ago and didn't know many friends. It's so excited because it saw a new friend. There used to be a black cat in my son's house. It had no companion at home, so it pestered the cat to play. Unfortunately, the cat ran away as soon as it saw it. The more it ran, the faster it ran. It always scared the cat to hide on the high cabinet. Now Cola is here. It's lonely at home. It can be seen on the road just now. It's estimated that it feels like a cat that looks like an old friend and has a sense of intimacy. The old man told Tan Fong about what had happened on the road. Tan Fong's first impression of Zheng Tan was that the cat was either too stupid or too brave. Otherwise, how could it be so calm in the face of a dog that was many times bigger than it? Yi-hee, do you think the cat has a problem with its IQ or something? Tan Fong asked Lord Zeng. Nonsense, the cat is smart, and it's not afraid of dogs. Its family lives in the East Courtyard, a teacher's family in the Academy of Biological Sciences. The cat is very famous in the East Courtyard. Almost everyone there knows it. I only knew about it because of a student. Tan Fong, call your dog back. Lord Zeng was still worried that the dog would do harm to Zheng Tan. All right. The old man called the dog back, but he was thinking that he would take the dog for a walk after dinner today. Tan Fong moved to the West Courtyard this summer. He used to live outside. This year, because his granddaughter was admitted to Tsinghua University, he decided to move into the school and live with his granddaughter. He could take care of her at ordinary times. He really didn't know a lot about the school. When Zheng Tan continued to walk around the school, he didn't know that the old man on the electric bike was inquiring about him everywhere. Tan Fong was surprised when he inquired about it. Although he knew that these things were not comprehensive and there were exaggerations, he could see that the cat was smart enough, especially when it came to catching thieves. It was said that dogs were nosy. What about the cat catching thieves? He did all the work of the dog. As for how credible it is, it's just a rumor. It can't be completely believed, but it's not without reason. It's not easy for his dog to find a playmate in school. He's idle, so it's good to go and have a look. After dinner, Zheng Tan lay on the sofa and pulled his ears. He looked at the old man and the dog in the living room reluctantly. Next to the sofa, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were surrounding the border collie named Cola. Maybe it was because dogs were more likely to arouse children's enthusiasm, but Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo had a good attitude towards the border collie. Jiao Ma was chatting with the old man with the surname Tan with a warm smile. Tan Fong only said that he was a retired physics teacher, but Jiao Ma had good eyesight. When the old man in front of her said Lord Zeng's name casually, she knew that this person's identity was similar to Lord Zeng's. Jiao Ma was more or less nervous about a big name who was similar to Lord Zeng. Even if the person in front of her looked very easygoing, Jiao Ma didn't dare to be careless. It didn't matter if he was from Jiao Pa's school or not, it would be good for Jiao Pa when he came back. These old men were very capable. Therefore, Jiao Ma had been very polite. Most of the time, when people communicate with their pets, it's faster to get familiar with each other. The old man mainly talked about pets, but he also led Jiao Ma to talk about her own cat. Unknowingly, the pressure in Jiao Ma's heart lessened a lot. But soon, the smile on Jiao Ma's face froze. I take Cola out for a walk every week. Since your cat is so sensible and often goes out, I'll take your cat out for a walk when I take Cola out, Tan Fong said as if he was doing her a favor. Chapter 219. Jiao Ma regretted praising her cat too much. Now, she couldn't take back her words even if she wanted to. Deep down, she wanted to tell the man in front of her to give up on the idea. She knew very well that people like him were men of their words. If he said it today, he might just take her cat out tomorrow. Mr. Tan, my cat is actually a troublemaker. He has a bad temper and I can't control him, it's fine. Didn't you say it yourself? This isn't the first time I've taken him out to play. Besides, your cat is much stronger than Cola. I have to use a leash when I take him out. Otherwise, he might just jump off the leash if he sees any other cat or dog that catches his eye. But I don't have to use a leash on him at school. It's safer there, it's not as chaotic as outside. As soon as Tan Fong opened his mouth, he started rambling. Before Mama Jiao could reply, the old man looked at his watch and said, "It's getting late. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back first." Jiao Ma saw that Tan Fong was about to leave. She wanted to say something to stop the old man from taking her cat out, but before she could say anything, Tan Fong raised his hand and said, "You don't have to see me out. You're too kind, Ms. Gu." Jiao Ma, Tan Fong called Cola and hummed a little tune as he went downstairs. When he reached the third floor, he saw Old Man Lon, who had just come out to throw out the trash. The two men knew each other and chatted on their way downstairs. Jiao Ma, who had wanted to explain more, retracted her foot. She didn't know how to deal with these two old men. Jiao Ma turned around and closed the door behind her. She sat on the sofa and sighed. Then she looked at Zheng Tan and said, "Black charcoal, why do you always know people like this?" Zheng Tan tugged at his ears. He really couldn't answer this question. He did want to go out for a walk. He had already walked around the surrounding areas of Tsinghua University. If he went further, he wouldn't have gone there as often. Only the road to Jiao Yuan School was a little further away. The other directions were basically unfamiliar. Of course, if Jiao Ma insisted on not agreeing, he would ignore the old man. Jiao Ma stared at Zheng Tan for a while before letting out a long sigh. She got up and walked to the bedroom. She decided to send an email to her husband, who was far away in the ocean, to tell him about it and let him make a decision. It wasn't just because of what happened today. Her cat was always running outside. In the past, when she was brought out by Wei Ling and Er Mao, she wasn't very happy. Now that there was another person, if this continued, would her cat become more and more wild and eventually run away from home? Jiao Ma's colleagues in the office all said that cats didn't love home as much as dogs, so she couldn't help but worry. If Zheng Tan knew what Jiao Ma was thinking, he would think that her worries were unnecessary. He really didn't want to leave the Jiao family. Although the Jiao family wasn't a rich family, the place they lived in was small, and the family members had no power or influence. Zheng Tan felt safe here. That was enough. If something happened to the Jiao family and they needed money, Zheng Tan could learn from Qi Dada and go out to earn money. If Qi Dada could earn money to support his family, how could he be any worse than it? Jiao Pa didn't know how to reply to Jiao Ma. 2 days later, Jiao Ma said to Zheng Tan, "If you want to go out to play, then go. But be careful. Bring the cat tag with you. Be careful." Tan Fong was a man of his word. The day before he went out, he told Xiaoma that he was leaving. The next day, he rode his electric three-wheeled motorcycle to the eastern courtyard. Zheng Tan had been waiting in a tree in the courtyard. The border collie named Kola was sitting on the three-wheeled motorcycle. It was probably excited to see the other 3 cats in the courtyard. It wanted to come down, but it was scolded by Tan Fong and stopped. It still had a leash around its neck, so it couldn't jump down even if it wanted to. Zheng Tan looked at the basket in front of the motorcycle. There were things in it, so he could only squeeze with the dog. He jumped down from the tree and onto the back of the three-wheeled motorcycle. Although the space wasn't big, it was enough to accommodate a dog and a cat. The 2 bottles of wine didn't take up much space, so Zheng Tan didn't feel crowded. However, the border collie next to him kept swinging its tail. Zheng Tan was annoyed, so he kicked it, but he didn't use much strength. Woof! Kola barked after being kicked, but it wasn't really angry. Be quiet, Kola. You're riding a bike. Tan Fong didn't turn around and shouted. Kola looked at Zheng Tan and moved to the side. However, its tail was still wagging happily. This guy seemed to be in a good mood and didn't care about Zheng Tan. It kept looking at the people and things on the side of the road. Sometimes, it would even bark at someone's dog. Zheng Tan didn't take the main road with a lot of traffic. After leaving the area around Tsinghua University, Zheng Tan was unfamiliar with the surroundings. He didn't care about Kola's wagging tail. He carefully looked at the surrounding buildings and road signs. It wasn't easy to walk around, so he had to remember the way. After turning a corner, they entered a small street. There were more people buying sundries and snacks on both sides. There were also people riding three-wheeled scooters like Tan Fong. However, they were carrying 2 children, while Tan Fong was carrying a cat and a dog. The scooter was driving slightly faster. When it caught up from behind, that person even talked to Tan Fong. He often came here, so he was familiar with him and they could chat for a while. That person was carrying his twin granddaughters. The 2 children were dressed exactly the same and had the same little braids. From their reactions when they saw Zheng Tan and Kola, it could be seen that although they looked the same, there were differences in their personalities. The 2 scooters were side by side for a few seconds. A cat and a dog on one side, and a pair of twins on the other, stared at each other. The child closer to the scooter had a more lively personality. She even wanted to reach out and pull Zheng Tan's beard, but Zheng Tan dodged her. However, Kola went up and licked the little girl's hand, causing the child to laugh so hard that her eyes disappeared. After all, the road wasn't wide, so it was impossible for the 2 scooters to stay side by side. Tan Fong slowed down, and the scooter ran in front and gradually went away. Tan Fong's destination was a normal university. This university wasn't bad, but it was slightly far from Tsinghua University. It would take too much time for Zheng Tan to walk here by himself, so he had never been here before. Just now, he was wondering why there were so many small shops on the street. It turned out that they were near the university. Tan Fong went through the side door. The guard here was very familiar with Tan Fong and even took the initiative to greet Tan Fong. When the scooters stopped, Zheng Tan looked around. It should be the staff dormitory area of this university. The building was older, but it was newer than the building in the east courtyard. On the 2nd floor, an old man was standing on the balcony and watching. When he saw Tan Fong, he went downstairs with a chessboard and a bag in his hands. Wait, I'll bring these 2 bottles of wine up for you first. Tan Fong turned around and took the wine. Just leave it there first. No one will take it anyway, said the old man. Other polite words like, why are you bringing wine when you're here, were not said. Before Tan Fong went upstairs, the old man's wife came downstairs. She waved her hand and asked the 2 of them to go play chess. She could still carry these 2 bottles of wine. It wasn't troublesome. Oh, why is there a cat this time? The old man asked curiously. Then, he immediately scolded, "You brought the cat out of someone's house? You old man, why do you always do such unreliable things?" "How is it unreliable? This cat is smart. It was very well behaved along the way. It knows what's good for it," said Tan Fong. "Aren't you afraid of losing it?" "No, I've asked around. This cat is always taken out by people. It's used to it. A few days ago, there was a cat that took the bus overseas, right? So don't underestimate the cat's IQ." Tan Fong's face was full of disdain. "I'm not going to argue with you. Anyway, you won't listen to me. Anyway, keep an eye on it. Don't lose the cat." The old man looked at the black cat in the scooter and said, "Oh, I know, I know." Tan Fong said as he urged him to hurry up and win 2 rounds. "If you lose, give me the pot of orchid on your balcony. I met a friend a few days ago. I'll give it to him as a gift." "Hey, I don't know who will lose more." The place where the 2 old men played chess was in the forest next to the staff dormitory area. There were stone benches and stone tables there. For the old men, sitting on the stone benches at this time of the year was a little cold. However, the 2 old men didn't like to play chess in the house. They said that it wasn't enjoyable there. For this reason, they had specially prepared a tool, a cushion. The bag that the old man was carrying earlier had a thick cushion in it. Zheng Tan could tell that the old man's health wasn't as good as Tan Fong's. He could tell that there was something wrong with his legs when he walked too fast. Perhaps it was because of this that Tan Fong rode over himself instead of letting the old man go to Tsinghua University to play chess with Tan Fong. Woof, woof. Cola barked twice. Tan Fong heard the barking and waved his hand. "Okay, go play by yourself. Don't run too far." After getting permission, Cola immediately ran into the grass, sniffing around and peeing at the trees to mark them. Zheng Tan was curious about this unfamiliar place. She planned to walk around, but soon, Cola caught up with her after the excitement had passed. Zheng Tan listened to the conversation between the 2 old men and found out that Cola couldn't run too far in the past. There were very few dogs and cats around here. Cola would lie by Tan Fong's feet and yawn in boredom. Tan Fong's old man was so enthusiastic that he got himself fixed up so that he could play with his dog. Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to take care of Tan Fong's dog. Seeing that Cola was next to him, Zheng Tan tried to lift a branch by his feet. Cola immediately picked it up. Zheng Tan lifted it again, and Cola picked it up again. It seemed to be having a lot of fun. Zheng Tan used all his strength to lift the branch away. He saw Cola chasing after the branch and was about to take the opportunity to run away. Suddenly, he heard a wolf howl not far away. "Awoo, awoo," she turned off the night light and covered her shoulders. Intertwined with sparks and settling. This phone's ringtone was really unique. Zheng Tan pulled his ear. Just as she thought of this, Zheng Tan heard a familiar voice. She walked towards the voice. Zheng Tan was on higher ground. When he looked down, he saw 2 people squatting down. They were Mao, who had been missing recently, and Qin Tao, who was nicknamed Beast. Mao sensed something and looked up. When he saw a familiar cat head, the corner of his eyes started twitching. Qin Tao didn't notice Mao's actions. He was busy answering a phone call. "Hello. I'm at Beijing Normal University. I'm interested in a girl from Beijing Normal University. She's the prettiest girl in Beijing Normal University. Birthday party? Whose birthday? I don't know. Oh, her? It's been almost a month. Who still remembers what she looks like? I'm not going. I'm not in a good mood recently. I'm not going to work. You don't have to go to the company to find me. You don't have to go to the apartment either. That's all." After hanging up, Qin Tao started to complain to Mao again. When he saw Mao's actions, he also looked up. It's that cat. That look as if it was looking at an idiot. It must be that cat. Qin Tao didn't need to look at the cat tag. He was quite sure just by looking at the cat's eyes. When Zheng Tan saw these two people, his thoughts were, why are these two idiots here? Chapter 220. Why is it here? Qin Tao nudged Air Mao with his elbow and asked. How would I know? This cat always comes and goes like a ghost. Air Mao was also depressed. How could a cat be so troublesome? There was still some distance from Tsinghua University to here, right? Could a cat really be able to walk a long distance? But it would be at night. There were so many people and cars in the day. It didn't make sense. Just as he was thinking about the reason, Air Mao's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Air Mao's eyes narrowed and he immediately picked up. Seeing Air Mao like this, Zheng Tan and Qin Tao thought something big had happened. They didn't make a fuss and quietly waited for Air Mao to finish the call. It's really here? Air Mao's voice went up a notch when he heard the voice. He felt that he was too excited and calmed down. Okay, I'll go back right away. Thank you. I'll treat you to a drink next time. After hanging up, Air Mao's face was gloomy. Damn it. It's really her. That cat actually dares to come over. Which cat? That little bastard that only shows its teeth when it sees me. Air Mao said angrily. How long has it been since Black Rice gave birth? I finally had a few days to relax, and this bastard came over again. If they relapse and give birth to another litter of kittens, I'll be tortured to death. When Air Mao said this, Zheng Tan knew that peanut candy must have run to the courtyard again. Qin Tao laughed gloatingly. Speaking of which, it's been 4 months since your Black Rice gave birth. She can definitely give birth to another litter. I've seen a mother cat get pregnant again before her kittens left. Shut up. Air Mao raised his leg and kicked Qin Tao. You're asking for a beating. Qin Tao jumped up to avoid the kick and made an orchid gesture. Come on, hit me. Zheng Tan and Air Mao were speechless. They suddenly felt that this person was getting more and more despicable. Air Mao didn't have time to play with Qin Tao. I'll go first. Go find your goddess yourself. If you catch her, I'll treat you to a meal. Got it. Cat slave Mao, hurry up and go home. I heard that cats are hard to keep. Even if it's on the 3rd floor, it can probably escape. There are many ways that you can't think of. Before Qin Tao could finish, Air Mao ran away like the wind. TSK, look at him. He's just a cat slave. Qin Tao looked at Air Mao's back with disdain. He probably felt too bored and wanted to talk but couldn't find anyone. Looking around, Qin Tao's gaze fell on Zheng Tan. He waved at Zheng Tan and took out his phone to show Zheng Tan the photo album. Qin Tao's mobile phone was a new model with a large color screen. Compared to current mobile phones, it was considered high-end. The screen was slightly larger than other mobile phones, and the photo on it was also clearer. Zheng Tan stood at the top, some distance away from the bottom. He looked to the side and walked down a staircase not far away. He looked at the photo on Qin Tao's phone. Qin Tao squatted down and handed the phone to Zheng Tan. He had to admit that the girl on the phone was quite pretty. How is it? Isn't she pretty? And this was without makeup. Love at first sight. Understand? Qin Tao raised his head and covered his chest as if he was deeply in love. The gentleness when you lowered your head was just like the shyness of a lotus flower in the cool breeze. He even recited a poem. Zheng Tan shook off the goosebumps and despised him in his heart. According to the rumors he had heard about Qin Tao, this guy's love at first sight was too easy and too cheap. Sure enough, the deep love on Qin Tao's face soon became wretched. He raised his hand and drew a heart in the air. Do you know why the heart is in this shape? Zheng Tan looked at him. This is the shape of a woman's buttocks when she bends. Qin Tao shook his head regretfully. TSK, a cat like you won't understand the meaning of this shape. Zheng Tan poked at his sore spot. Zheng Tan wanted to say, King understood it deeply too. Unfortunately, the King god had turned him into this. CK, do you King know my pain? Just like what Air Mao said before it left, this guy really deserved a beating. As they were talking, Qin Tao's phone rang with a text message. After reading the content of the phone, Qin Tao's smile widened. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to meet the beauty. Qin Tao waved the text message on his phone in front of Zheng Tan. He didn't expect a cat to understand it. He just wanted to satisfy his vanity. Zheng Tan looked at it. The sender was Beauty Chen. Before he could read the content of the text message, Qin Tao took the phone back. Qin Tao took out a small and delicate bottle of perfume and sprayed it on his wrist. He touched his middle finger and ring finger on his wrist, then touched the back of his ear, the back of his neck, and his hairline. He even combed his hair. Not only did this guy like to be cheap, but he was also very showy. After Qin Tao finished tidying up, he couldn't wait to meet the beauty. Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. Another good cabbage had been eaten by a pig. However, Zheng Tan recalled the familiar feeling he felt from Qin Tao. Only then did he remember that he was also like this in the past. However, now it seemed that compared to Qin Tao, Zheng Tan didn't have the capital to squander like Qin Tao. He didn't know why he thought he was so awesome in the past. Zheng Tan suddenly felt that looking down on Qin Tao's behavior was very funny. It was like mocking himself in the past. As he was looking, Zheng Tan felt a pain in his head. A branch fell on his head and then fell beside his feet. Fortunately, the branch wasn't too thick. In addition, Zheng Tan's resistance to attacks was stronger. Zheng Tan didn't get a concussion from the hit. He looked up and squinted his eyes to look at the culprit. That guy was panting with his tongue out and barking at Zheng Tan. Call your grandfather. CK, he even knows how to sneak attack. Zheng Tan ran up the stairs and slapped Cola twice with his paws. After Tan Fong finished a round, he saw a cat and a dog chasing after each other. He said happily, "Look, these two are playing so well." At the same time, Tan Fong was happy for his wise decision to bring the cat along. Even though he had just lost a round, his mood wasn't that bad. After slapping Cola a few times, Cola saw a mouse and went to block it. Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to play with the mouse. He decided to walk around. Maybe he could see a few beauties. The staff dormitory area was at the edge of the school. It was closer to some of the side streets outside. However, it wasn't the end of the school day, so there weren't many students walking around. As he walked along the side of the side street, Zheng Tan looked at the snack bars on both sides. He really felt a little hungry after smelling the food. As he walked, Zheng Tan saw a few young people in front of him. Originally, Zheng Tan didn't plan to pay attention to these people. However, after hearing their conversation, Zheng Tan slowed down his footsteps. You think you're so great just because you drive a car that costs 100,000? You're just a frog in a well. That's right. He even wants to hit on Beauty Chen. He's overestimating himself. He's looking for death. If he dares to go again, it won't be as simple as getting hit with a stick. Okay. The leader handed the phone in his hand to another young man. Return the phone to Beauty Chen from your class. Don't let her know about this. Beauty Chen? Isn't she the prettiest girl in a certain school that Qin Tao mentioned before? Then, the looking for death these people were talking about couldn't be Qin Tao, right? Looking at these people, it seemed like they had just finished beating someone up. Two of them were carrying a long bag in their hands. Judging from the shape of the bag when it shook, it seemed like something like a steel rod. When they walked past Zheng Tan smelled the smell of blood. There was also the smell of Qin Tao's perfume. Sure enough, Qin Tao must have been beaten up. "Hey, did you guys do something bad again?" A girl riding a bicycle came out from the side door and asked when she saw them. "No, we just finished yoga. There are yoga mats inside. Do you want to see?" A young man shook the long bag in his hand and said with a smirk. The girl pursed her lips. Obviously, she didn't believe him. However, she didn't say much and rode away. She didn't dare to take these people seriously. The young men didn't care about the black cat that had just passed by them. There were many cat owners around here. They didn't have the interest to pay attention to a cat. Zheng Tan looked in the direction that the young men had come from. He turned a corner at the fork and went into a slightly more secluded alley. Not long after, Zheng Tan smelled the smell of blood. He quickly ran over to take a look. The person who had confidently gone to pick up a girl an hour ago was now lying on the ground with a pig's head. Next to him was the new phone that used "The Legend of the Hungry Wolf" as its ringtone. At this moment, the screen was broken and the battery was thrown out. Mao was right. That brat was really beaten up. Zheng Tan walked closer. Seeing that the person was still breathing but didn't open his eyes, he raised his paw and patted Qin Tao. Qin Tao opened his eyes and saw a black cat's face in front of him. He then pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "Fortunately, it's you. Otherwise, if other people saw me like this, they would lose a lot of face." Qin Tao sat up, touched the blood from his nose, and casually wiped it on his clothes. He sat there without making a sound. Zheng Tan thought for a moment and ran out of the alley. When he passed by a shop, he saw a roll of toilet paper in front of the door. It was probably dropped when the shop owner was moving goods. It was the kind of low-quality toilet paper used in restaurants. It hadn't been used yet and wouldn't fall apart even if it was rolled. When Qin Tao heard the noise and looked over, he saw the black cat playing with a roll of low-quality toilet paper used in food stalls like it was playing with a toy. Although Qin Tao usually didn't use this kind of toilet paper, the situation was different now. He picked up the toilet paper at his feet and used some to wipe the mud and blood on his body. At least he didn't look so bad. It was better than going out with blood all over his body. Feeling the rough texture of the low-quality toilet paper, Qin Tao said to Zheng Tan, "Don't tell Mao and the others. It's too King embarrassing." After a pause, he said, "When a tiger falls, he will be bullied by dogs." After wiping, Qin Tao took out a twisted cigarette from his pocket. The lighter was still working. He lit the cigarette and sat there smoking in silence. After finishing the cigarette, Qin Tao used a tissue to wipe the blood from his wound. It was King painful, but fortunately, he had protected a few vital parts. His life was not in danger. After smoking, Qin Tao got up and took off his jacket that was full of blood and footprints. However, he didn't throw it away. He put it on his shoulder. "Thank you, brother cat." Zheng Tan was worried about Qin Tao. Although Qin Tao was not a good person, he was Mao's friend after all. It was better to keep an eye on him. Following Qin Tao out of the other end of the alley, Zheng Tan looked around. This place was a little closer to the staff dormitory. It was in a V shape. After walking out, they found that it was not far from the other entrance of the side street. After coming out of the alley, Zheng Tan saw that the windshield of the car parked not far from the alley had several holes. Zheng Tan looked at the car and felt that it was quite familiar. Just as he thought of this, he heard Qin Tao say in a relieved tone, "Fortunately, this car is Mao's. It's cheap and not worth much." Zheng Tan. No wonder it was familiar. Last month, Qin Tao lost a bet with Mao. They exchanged cars. Mao bought a car that was worth about 100,000 for Qin Tao to drive, and Qin Tao's luxury car that was worth 1 million was driven everywhere by Mao. Previously, Qin Tao was quite depressed, but now it seemed that if his car was smashed, the loss would be great. However, if it was really his luxury car that was worth $1 million, would these people really dare to smash it? Shaking his head, Qin Tao stopped thinking about it. No matter what, it had happened. What should be done was done. Some people around pointed at the car, but Qin Tao did not care. He opened the door and got in. There were a few stones in the car. They were probably used to smash the car. If it was my car, it would not have been smashed so easily. Mao's cheap car is really lousy. While complaining, Qin Tao picked up a few stones from the car, took out a bag, and put a few stones in it. He threw them on the passenger seat, together with his coat. Qin Tao's eyes looking at the stones made Zheng Tan feel uncomfortable. He mourned for those people in his heart. How could Qin Tao take this lying down? However, Zheng Tan did not have the leisure to care about that. Qin Tao could do whatever he wanted. Those people did not look like good people. They must have done this kind of thing often. However, was it really okay for Qin Tao to drive like this? What if he suddenly became dizzy and had an accident? Qin Tao was not worried about this at all. After tidying up the car, he checked that the car could still be driven. He waved to Zheng Tan and left. Chapter 221. After that incident, Zheng Tan did not see Qin Tao for a while. Qin Tao would occasionally come to the courtyard to look for Mao, but he was probably afraid of losing face and wanted to wait until his injury was better. Zheng Tan passed by the third floor one day when he went out. The door was still open, and he could hear Mao talking on the phone. Mao was very angry. He could not find Qin Tao recently, so he asked around for some information. After he found out, Mao did not intervene because Qin Tao said that he wanted to solve it himself. Mao let him do whatever he wanted. With Qin Tao's ability, he would not lose face if he was prepared. During this period, Zheng Tan followed Tan Fong to Beijing Normal University a few times and heard some gossip. From the students, Zheng Tan knew that Qin Tao had taken revenge. Basically, everyone who was involved in that incident was beaten up and sent to the hospital. They would be hospitalized for at least 1 or 2 months. When the students who were shopping on the side street were talking about this matter, they didn't know that the other party was Qin Tao, but this didn't stop them from gloating. Thinking about it, the number of students who didn't like those people and had suffered losses at their hands wasn't small. Just like what the students had analyzed during their discussion, neither side was easy to deal with. Qin Tao had taken revenge, but the discussion about this incident in Beijing Normal University's BBS was still ongoing. Even Tan Fong and Mao mentioned it once when they were playing chess. However, it was only mentioned as a topic, and it led to a sentence that many people lamented: students nowadays. When Zheng Tan saw Qin Tao again, it was almost New Year's Day. When Qin Tao came to look for Mao, the injury on his face was no longer visible. He even asked Zheng Tan to come down from upstairs and bought a lot of imported cat food to express his gratitude. Zheng Tan stared at the pile of cat food and wanted to kick Qin Tao's face. You can eat the cat food yourself. Mao looked at the cat food and tried to hold back its laughter. Beast, don't you know that this cat does not eat cat food? Qin Tao looked at the unhappy Zheng Tan. I also asked my friends over there. They said that no matter what breed the cat is, it will definitely fall in love with this cat food. And I don't know what kind of food it likes, so I bought some of each kind, dry and wet food, and even canned cat food. As he spoke, Qin Tao even took out a disposable cup from Mao. He opened a bag of dry food and poured some into the cup. Then, he placed the cup in front of Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and looked at Qin Tao. He slapped the paper cup filled with cat food in front of him. You can *king eat it yourself. Black Rice, who was lying on the sofa, saw the cat food scattered on the floor. It jumped down and sniffed, then sneezed. Look, my family doesn't even eat the black rice. You know, my black rice has always been eating cat food, Mao said. Qin Tao's expression changed, and he threw the bag of cat food on the ground. *CK, those bastards lied to me. Maybe not. Cats are still picky about their food. No matter what, this black coal won't eat cat food. It's a waste to throw it away. Leave it here. I'll send it to the rescue station and feed it to the cats there. Up to you. Qin Tao waved his hand. He didn't want to talk about this anymore. He turned to the black cat and said, Brother Cat, I don't know how to thank you. When you go to Pearl City, I'll take care of your food and drink. If it was in the past, Qin Tao would never talk to a cat like this. Ready to go? Mao asked. Yes, my mom is urging me. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to go. Otherwise, I'll be dragged back to the capital. Pearl City is better than the capital. If I stay in the capital, I'll probably be nagged to death by the old man. That's right. If you go back to the capital, you'll be beaten up first. And you can't fight back. After that, you'll be watched. Mao nodded in agreement. It was just like how it didn't dare to go back to the capital. I've fixed the car for you and modified it. It's much better than your old car. Qin Tao threw the car key to Mao. You should be more careful in the future. Don't get tricked again, Mao said. I know. I was too careless this time. I was too proud and didn't keep my guard up. Before Qin Tao left Chuhua City, Mao and a few other people who were close to him sent him off. They went to have fun for a night. Qin Tao wanted to send Zheng Tan along, but Zheng Tan didn't go. He still had to earn money to support his family. Every year at the end of the year, especially during Christmas and New Year's Day, Xiaoguo was especially busy. He arranged all kinds of activities in the pet center and was busy making more money. The employees in the shop were also very enthusiastic. Everyone wanted to perform well at the end of the year. Maybe they could get more year-end bonuses this year. The calendar year was coming to an end. Xiaoguo was going to organize an activity to film a summary of the year. It was to celebrate the new year and promote the new products in the shop. Now that Xiaoguo's pet center had expanded, there were more kinds of pet clothes sold. Nowadays, many young people like to cosplay with their pets. The pet clothes shop was also accepting orders to make pet outfits. It was not the kind of low-quality clothes, but really good materials. Many customers were not short of money now. It was said that the clothes sold well in that shop. Zheng Tan also heard that during the big Comic-Con in November, several dogs in Xiaoguo's shop were lent out to be models. Especially the pug dog, who wore a forehead protector and pretended to be a ninja dog. It was said that the scene was very popular. Countless people ran over to take photos with it. Even the popularity of the club was very high. So, don't ignore the role of an animal. That day, Zheng Tan went out with Xiaoguo's team. Now Xiaoguo was more and more particular about the effect of the shooting. Every time, he would book a place with someone and take the team out to shoot. After shooting a part, Zheng Tan rested on the side. The person responsible for serving Zheng Tan was still Charlie. They had worked together many times. Charlie knew a little about the character of this cat. Charlie felt that this cat was probably the only cat in the pet center that acted like a big shot and no one said anything about it. Not to mention that it came late and left early. Every time after shooting, it would walk around in a bad mood. Otherwise, it would be angry and not cooperate. The food it ate had to be prepared separately. The water it drank had to be clean water that no one had drunk before. It never used a leash. Moreover, these were all tacitly approved by the boss. Other staff members who had worked together for a long time saw this, but they did not say anything. Charlie could only say that it was lucky that it was only a cat. If it were a human, who would like such a bad temper? Zheng Tan did not care about what Charlie was thinking. It lay there and ate something. It was bored and watched the staff members put on props and pose for a few good-looking cats in the store. Now, the registered users on the pet center's official website had multiplied several times compared to last year. Every time a new video was released, it was the time when the website had the highest number of online users. There were also a lot of people leaving comments under the video. Most of them were loyal customers of the pet center. No wonder Xiaoguo now had so many requirements for the shooting. Yawning, Zheng Tan rolled around on the recliner. Suddenly, his ears moved. Zheng Tan heard a familiar dog bark, but it was a little far away. He could not see anything from here. Zheng Tan glanced at the shooting progress. It estimated that it would take a few more hours, so he got up, jumped off the recliner, and prepared to walk around. Charlie saw this and knew that the cat was going out for a walk again. The first time, he was scared to death. Gradually, he knew that there was no need to worry at all. Come back quickly if you want to walk around. Don't walk too far. Although your part is finished, it's hard to say when it will be res hot. Boss takes this shoot very seriously. Zheng Tan turned its head and looked at him, then continued to trot in that direction. Charlie looked at the cat running away and sighed. Although he was not sure, Charlie felt that the cat should be able to understand what he said. It came from his intuition as a veterinarian. It was not good for the cat to be too smart. It was easier to take care of the stupid ones, such as the ones that were being handled by the staff members on the set. Zheng Tan came out of the set. The wall was just a decoration for the cat. Over the wall, Zheng Tan moved his ears. Now that the dog was not barking, he recalled the direction of the sound. He walked a few steps in that direction and jumped onto a tall tree. Zheng Tan immediately found the target location. It was not that Zheng Tan had sharp eyes, but that place was too eye-catching. There were several police cars there. It would be strange if he did not notice it. He got closer and jumped onto a tree. Zheng Tan decided to watch the situation from the side. After all, there was nothing to do at the set. There were many villas around. The people who lived in this area were more or less of a certain status. There was some distance between the villas. There was a cordon around one of the villas. There were a few people in police uniforms talking outside. Some people were questioning the surrounding residents and making records. Zheng Tan also saw Senior Walnut. He was talking to a few people. However, after Senior Walnut was promoted, shouldn't this kind of thing be handled by his subordinates? Why did he come here personally? As for the dog that had barked earlier, Zheng Tan looked over and saw that the dog was being led around by someone. It seemed to be sniffing something and could not be stopped no matter how hard one tried to yell at it. The police officer who was leading it was being forcefully dragged along, and it looked like the dog was leading the man around. The greenery in this area was done well. There were many trees around. The grass was no longer green, but the surrounding evergreen trees did not give off the bleak feeling of autumn and winter. There were several holes in the grass. They were all the work of He Jin. The surrounding residents were already looking at them with disdain. This made the police officer who was leading He Jin feel a lot of pressure. He was only helping his superior look after the dog. His superior had told him to lead the dog around. Perhaps he could find some clues. However, from the looks of it, there were no clues at all. The dog was purely causing trouble. It was almost causing trouble in the grass of the neighboring family. Hey Jean! Don't cause trouble. The police officer pulled on the leash and scolded. Hey Jean turned to look at the police officer and bared its teeth. It seemed to be unhappy with the police officer's scolding. It looked around and found Zheng Tan on a tree not far away. Woof woof woof. Hey Jean barked at Zheng Tan a few times. It even went over to Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan ignored it and pretended not to know it. The police officer who was leading He Jin did not know Zheng Tan. Seeing He Jin's reaction, he said helplessly, "You really just think it's fun? Don't scare other people's cats. Zheng Tan looked at He Jin, who was coming over from under the tree. He felt that He Jin was seriously looking for something. It was still sniffing around the ground. Suddenly, it smelled something. It dug around and pushed away some of the leaves on the ground. It growled and raised its head to bark a few times. You're doing it again. The police officer touched his forehead. Since you can't dig holes in the grass, you're digging holes here. Chapter 222. The officer pulled on the leash in his hand, intending to take He Jin away. But He Jin didn't want to. It insisted on staying there, so the man and the dog pulled each other. He Jin was probably also annoyed by the young officer's actions. He turned around and pounced on the young officer as he opened his mouth and shouted at the young officer. The officer saw that He Jin was about to bite him. He got nervous and let go of the leash in his hand. He fell to the ground and took a few steps back. But He Jin didn't run away. It stayed there, sniffing around, but didn't dig anymore. Seeing that He Jin didn't run away, the officer was relieved. But he didn't want to come into contact with the dog again. It really scared him. He really thought that the dog was going to bite him. He didn't expect it to just scare him. But this dog was much fiercer than the dogs he saw in the station. It just looked obedient on the surface. Shaking his head, the officer looked at where his superior was and ran over there. It was better to get someone else to take care of the dog. He really didn't have the ability. After the officer left, Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree and walked over to where He Jin was digging. He Jin, who was sniffing around, looked at Zheng Tan and immediately rushed over to guard where the hole was dug. To be exact, it was where the black bug was. It was as if it was afraid that Zheng Tan would mess it up. Zheng Tan walked towards the bug, and He Jin immediately let out a warning growl. He retracted his foot. The warning immediately stopped. He raised his foot again and He Jin growled again. After testing a few more times, Zheng Tan didn't plan to walk in that direction anymore. He looked at He Jin, then stretched his neck and sniffed the bug. He ignored He Jin's warning. He knew that as long as he didn't touch the bug, He Jin wouldn't do anything to him. He Jin only growled a warning. It didn't even bare its teeth. Compared to the officer from before, its attitude was much better. Wretch, he felt like vomiting. Zheng Tan immediately retracted his neck and moved away. What the F***ck is this smell? How disgusting. Zheng Tan could not tell what the smell was. Not only was it smelly, but it was also disgusting. It made Zheng Tan want to throw up all the food he had eaten at the filming location. They could smell the unpleasant odor even before they got close. For humans, this odor could only be detected if they put it under their nose and sniffed it carefully, but for cats and dogs, it was too easy. Ignoring the bug, Zheng Tan jumped back onto the tree. He could hear someone coming their way. It was the young police officer. He was bringing Senior Walnut over. Along the way, he looked at the holes that He Jin had dug on the lawn. I didn't find anything. There's nothing unusual either. I even used a wooden stick to turn the place over. There's nothing buried here, the police officer explained. When he first saw the black gold digger, he was excited. He thought that he had found some evidence or a corpse, but there was nothing. There were no traces of the soil being turned over. Although his professional knowledge was not very good, he still knew some basic things. It was obvious that no one had touched the soil here. At least, no one had touched it for more than a month. Okay. Senior Walnut nodded. After looking at the small holes that He Jin had dug, he looked in the direction of the black gold digger and walked over. When Senior Walnut came over, the black gold digger wagged its tail vigorously. It seemed to be asking for praise. Senior Walnut touched its head. He did not immediately look at the holes dug by the black gold digger. Instead, he looked at the black cat in the tree. Black charcoal? Senior Walnut called out. Zheng Tan moved his ears, but did not raise his head. He continued to stare at the place where the black gold digger had dug. He did not look at Senior Walnut. It was as if he was not the one being called. Anyway, he did not have a cat tag on him. "Do you know this cat?" the police officer asked. Walnut shook his head. "I think you're mistaken. This cat doesn't look like it was raised by someone here. There's nothing special about the breed. It probably came from somewhere else, but it looks quite strong," the police officer said. "The cats raised by people around here should be the kind that was different from the rest. There were very few of them." Without saying anything, Senior Walnut turned to look at the holes dug by the black gold digger. There did not seem to be anything special about it. Just then, someone called out to him. Senior Walnut took the black gold digger and left. The black gold digger was not very happy, but it still followed. Zheng Tan squatted in the tree with his ears propped up. He listened to some of the people around him talk about what had happened there. Two people were talking. Their voices were not loud, but Zheng Tan could still hear some of it. It seemed that there had been a murder in the villa. Moreover, the person in the house did not look like a human anymore. Only the bones were left. Zheng Tan did not sneak in to see the crime scene, but he could feel the hairs on his back standing up as he listened to the two people's conversation. He felt that the two people were exaggerating. Yes, they were exaggerating too much. A gust of wind came out. Zheng Tan shivered. It was better to go back to the filming location. It was better to be bored than here. Not long after Zheng Tan left, Senior Walnut, who had finished dealing with people, looked in the direction of the tree. Seeing that the cat was no longer there, he laughed softly. Did he make a mistake? How was that possible? How could he not have noticed that the cat in the tree was not black charcoal? But was the cat also sniffing there? When he was led by the police officer to look at the hole in the grass, he noticed that the black cat was sniffing at the spot where the black gold digger was guarding. If there was nothing unusual, why would the cat and dog sniff there? This really misunderstood Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan had sniffed there out of curiosity. There was only one black bug there, and the rest was soil and dead leaves. There was nothing else to sniff. Zheng Tan did not find anything unusual. He Tao stood in place and thought for a while. He asked the police officer to wait for a while. He held the black gold digger's hand and walked back to the tree. The black gold digger was very excited. It pulled on the leash and ran in that direction. If it wasn't for Senior Walnut, it probably would have rushed over. After carefully searching the small pit, He Tao confirmed that this was the bug that He Jin was looking for. He Tao then took out a clean paper bag and put the fingernail-sized bug into it. After that, he checked the other small pits on the lawn, but he didn't find any similar black bugs. On the other hand, after Zheng Tan returned to the filming location, Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the cat would come back on time, he was still worried every time. After all, if anything happened to her, he would take the biggest responsibility. Overall, the shoot was quite smooth. Zheng Tan felt that there was not much skill involved. Almost all of them passed in one go. The ones that were dragging time were the other few. When he got home, Zheng Tan did not think about what happened during the day. He went back to his usual routine and thought about where to go in the future. Around Tsinghua University, only the Jiao Yuan school was further away. Zheng Tan decided not to go there in the near future. There was no need to look at the construction site. After all, it was mostly built. Which path should he take? Zheng Tan decided to look at the map when Jiao Ma and the others were not at home. There was a detailed map of the campus and its surrounding area on the desk in the master bedroom. He would choose the right path when the time came. That night, Zheng Tan slept peacefully, but some people did not sleep at all. For example, He Tao's wife. He Tao did not return home the whole night. Yesterday, he said that he had something to do, but there was no reply. His phone could not be reached either. In the past, when he was working on a case, he would turn off his phone. However, this time, He Tao's wife felt uneasy. She waited until dawn, and after her child went to school, she called Mao. Mao was still sleeping at that time. For Mao, 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning was the best time to sleep. When it was woken up by the call, it did not sound very happy. It wanted to directly reject the call, but when it saw the caller ID, it immediately picked it up. After hearing his sister-in-law's words, Mao's sleepiness disappeared. His phone has been turned off. When I called his colleagues, they said that He Tao left a long time ago. However, it seemed that he had something urgent and left with He Jin. They still haven't returned. No one in the bureau knows either, He Tao's wife said anxiously. Have you called Senior Brother Wei? No, I don't know the exact situation yet. Little Wei just got married not long ago, so I didn't bother him. I'm just worried. Yes, I know, sister-in-law. I'll ask a few friends first. He Tao's wife knew about Mao's background and knew that he had some ability. Otherwise, she would not have called him. After hanging up the phone, Mao scrolled through the numbers and called a few friends. An hour later, Mao scratched his head in annoyance. The situation was not good. Brother Walnut's car was found, but he was nowhere to be seen. The bureau obviously knew that there was something going on, but they did not tell his sister-in-law. As expected, his sister-in-law's worry was justified. After a while, Mao received an email. This was the information that he had asked someone to get in a short period of time. It was not comprehensive, but it gave him a general idea of what had caused this. In general, this was a bloody incident caused by a business war. It seemed very normal, but these two people were quite famous in Chuhua City and their companies were quite big. After reading it, Mao sat on the chair and thought for a while. Brother Walnut left with He Jin. What did he need to find with a dog? Mao decided to ask the cat on the 5th floor for help. It was better to be safe than sorry. Although he could borrow a well-trained dog, Mao trusted the black cat on the 5th floor more. Even if he did not like the cat on a daily basis, he had to admit that he could only ask it for help at critical times. Especially now that the situation was related to his brother. When it came to the sense of smell, cats did not necessarily lose to dogs. The reason why people often used dogs to help instead of cats was that cats were not willing to be manipulated and were not easy to train. Cats were temperamental, and their many strengths were usually fully displayed when it was beneficial to them. After sending little Pomelo home, Zheng Tan took a stroll outside. He was about to go home and look through the map to find a place to take a stroll when he saw Mao knocking on the door. Chapter 223. Zheng Tan looked at the scenery outside the car window. The car had already left Chuhua City, but he didn't know where it was headed. An hour ago, Mao had brought Zheng Tan out in a hurry. Mao had called Jiao Ma in the car and made up an excuse to take Zheng Tan out to play. It might take a day or two. This was just a conservative estimate. From Mao's expression and words, Zheng Tan felt that it might take even longer. When they were leaving the city, Zheng Tan listened to Mao briefly explain what had happened. He only said that Walnut had gone missing while working on a case. Before he went missing, he had taken He Jin out. The bureau was still hiding it from Walnut's family. No matter what had happened, they had to find Walnut first. Compared to those people, Mao trusted himself more. Just as he was leaving the city, he received another text message. A friend who had helped him with the investigation had sent him a few addresses. These were the possible addresses of other transactions that the company that had declared bankruptcy had done in secret. Mao wasn't interested in those illegal transactions. He wasn't a police officer, nor was he Superman. He only cared about finding people. The few of them were familiar with each other's habits. Moreover, they had a unified behavior. If they felt that something was dangerous, or even life-threatening, they would carve a mark at a certain place. Each of them had their own unique mark and habits. Even if others knew what they would carve, they might not be able to find it. Zheng Tan watched as Mao drove the car off the highway and stopped at a deserted place. There were a few brick houses scattered around. Most of them were vegetable fields, and there were also some trees. Mao told Zheng Tan to stay in the car while he got out to confirm. After Mao got out of the car, Zheng Tan leaned against the car window and saw Mao approaching a low brick house. Mao stood in front of the house and gestured with his hands. He didn't know how to do it, but he spread his fingers and pointed his palms down. Mao turned his palms horizontally to the east, then turned his palms towards the south. Mao ran towards the direction his thumbs pointed. He saw a tree that wasn't tall and looked at a branch. Then he returned to the car and drove to the next place. Next, they went to 3 more places and repeated the same action. 3 times, Mao returned disappointed. It seemed that senior brother Walnut was not at these places. When they arrived at the 5th location, Zheng Tan was still in the car, looking out at Mao looking for the marks left behind by senior brother Walnut. There was a small stream here, and there were no green-tiled houses nearby. Further away, there was a large field where people could be seen walking. Just as Zheng Tan was thinking about how desolate this place was, she saw Mao return after searching a tree. Unlike the previous few times, Mao's expression was different this time. There was no disappointment in his eyes. It seemed that this was the place. Mao parked the car and got out of the car to ask Zheng Tan to follow. It wasn't convenient to drive in that direction. Black coal, can you smell anything? Mao looked at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan sniffed and didn't seem to smell anything. There were a lot of other people's scents, including those of other animals. It was too disruptive, or it had been too long. The scents had dissipated, and it wasn't easy to smell. If they wanted to search for it, they would have to expand their sniffing range. However, Mao seemed to be in a hurry and had a target in mind. It did not seem to rely on Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan only sniffed at the same spot and followed Mao. Zheng Tan didn't think that one day he would be used as a tracking dog. In terms of skill, he couldn't compare to those trained dogs. Even if you had a good sense of smell, if you didn't know how to make good use of it, it was useless. Mao wasn't too disappointed with Zheng Tan's performance. It was still looking for the marks left by Walnut. It would be faster to track him. He brought the black cat with him as an extra layer of insurance. Although the marks left by Walnut looked like simple marks, they contained a lot of information. Zheng Tan looked at a few of them out of curiosity. He found that the marks looked like the side of a person, which was the left part of Walnut's surname, he. Moreover, every mark was different. It wasn't written directly, nor was it a simple direction. Perhaps only Mao and the others could find the correct information from these marks. Seeing Mao's outstretched hand gestures, Zheng Tan knew that it was more complicated than he thought. Zheng Tan followed Mao not far behind. He didn't need to do anything now. He just needed to keep up. Mao had said that it might not ask him for help, so Zheng Tan didn't feel much pressure. However, he sincerely hoped that He Tao and He Jin were safe. Although they weren't familiar with each other and had only met a few times, because of Celestine and Mao's relationship, Zheng Tan hoped that everything would go well for Walnut. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan's footsteps paused. He raised his head and sniffed. He looked in a direction that was slightly off from Mao's route. Zheng Tan thought about it and ran in that direction. As the smell got stronger, Zheng Tan saw a black bug crawling by his feet. Looking forward, there were even more bugs crawling on the ground. If it wasn't for the dried leaves blocking the way, he might have seen more. Mao, who was following the mark, noticed the situation at Zheng Tan's side. It turned around and jogged over. "What's wrong?" Mao asked. Zheng Tan ignored him and continued walking until she came to the side of a dried-up ditch. It looked like it had been used as a canal in the past. There were more trees around, and most of them were deciduous. Someone had swept the leaves from the ground into this ditch, so the leaves were piled up slightly thicker. If not, the place Zheng Tan had just walked through would have more leaves. And the place where there were more bugs seemed to be slightly more protruding than the other places. Now, Zheng Tan and Mao's attention wasn't on the leaves, but on the bugs. Why are the bugs so active in this weather? Mao frowned. He also smelled something unpleasant. Zheng Tan watched Mao walk towards the ditch. He stayed on the side and watched. He didn't want to get too close. Those bugs were the same as the ones he had seen in the villa that He Jin had treated as evidence. Thinking about the words he had heard at that time, Zheng Tan felt a chill down his spine. He was very nervous. What was under those leaves? Mao had already used a branch to push the leaves aside and saw the object under the leaves. It was a body that had been gnawed to the point where only the skeleton was left. But what made Mao feel a little relieved was that this person was shorter than Walnut Sr. Zheng Tan glanced over and didn't look again. Based on Mao's expression, this wasn't Walnut Sr. He was relieved. But it was just as those people had said. Only the skeleton was left. It seemed that the bugs had gnawed on it. Forcing himself to divert his attention, Zheng Tan walked around and smelled the scent of Walnut Sr. and He Jin. He had been too nervous just now and had paid attention to the bugs and the smell of the ditch. He had missed the tracks of the man and dog. Although Mao could find the general route left by Walnut Sr., this place wasn't on that general route. Zheng Tan tried to identify the smell and followed it to the back of a big tree. There was a slope here. If the light wasn't good, it wouldn't be easy to notice someone lying here. It seemed that Walnut Sr. and He Jin had stayed here for a long time. The smell they had left behind was more obvious. Guessing that when those people were dealing with the ditch, Walnut Sr. and He Jin should have been here to watch. Walnut Sr. only continued to follow after those people left. Mao finished looking over there and took a few photos. Then, he covered the leaves again and followed Zheng Tan. After seeing the situation here, he could guess what had happened. Good job, Black Coal. After confirming that Zheng Tan hadn't found any other clues, Mao continued to look for the markings. After searching along the road for a while, Mao stopped. The markings stopped here. The last mark didn't tell Mao where to go next, nor did it indicate a stop. Could it be that time was too tight and the incident happened so suddenly that Walnut Sr. didn't have time to leave a mark? Mao didn't know. He looked around carefully. There were traces of people staying here. He even found some footprints. There were at least 3 people. There were also some cigarette butts. Those people had smoked here. Then, Mao's gaze fell on the narrow cement road about 10 meters away. Those people had probably driven away. But which way should he go? The information Mao had obtained pointed to a few locations. There was one nearby, but on the other side of the road, there was another place further away. Could it be that he was going to investigate both places? Mao stood there and thought. He was about to let the cat behind him try, but when he turned around, he realized that the cat had gone in another direction. After Zheng Tan knew that Mao couldn't find the markings, he tried to sniff around. Other than the strange scents, there was also Walnut Sr.'s and He Jin's scents, which weren't easy to detect. He Jin's scent was more obvious. When Zheng Tan was looking for the scent, he found something unexpected and stopped there for a while. There's something? Mao asked. At the same time, he took out his folding knife and squatted down to dig the soil. With the skeleton that was almost gnawed away, Mao would think about what had happened here when he saw the cat paws. He also found that there were traces of the soil being moved. Although the area wasn't big, it could be seen. Zheng Tan took a few steps back. After thinking for a while, he took 2 more steps back. Then he squatted there and watched Mao dig. If Zheng Tan could express himself clearly, Mao wouldn't have to waste time digging. He would definitely stop it. However, Zheng Tan couldn't speak and didn't know how to express himself. Even if Zheng Tan tried to stop it, Mao would definitely do it. The soil wasn't tightly buried. Mao could easily pick up the soil above. After a few quick digging, Mao saw what was buried below. A piece of shit. Mao was speechless. Was it He Jin's poop? Chapter 224. Mao wasn't sure if the poop belonged to a human or a dog. Even if it was a dog, it might not be He Jin. He was just guessing that it might be He Jin. Zheng Tan was very sure that it was He Jin's poop, but he didn't understand why cats had the habit of burying their poop, especially those in the wild. He had heard people say that it seemed to be a cat's instinct, except for Zheng Tan himself. There were many speculations about this behavior. One was that cats, as an independent hunting animal, would try to hide their tracks as much as possible. Even though they had been brought into human society, they still maintained their wild habits and instincts. As a dog, it would normally leave after pooping. Why would it bother to bury its poop? Was this also one of He Jin's training programs? How hard must it be for the trainer to train it? Zheng Tan was thinking. His ears twitched and he looked in a direction. He then jumped on a tree nearby and climbed higher to look in that direction. 100 meters away, a pair of dog ears peeked out from behind a dense shrub that didn't have any leaves. It was unknown what kind of tree it was. The small bush was surrounded by many withered and yellow plants, and the dense withered grass beside it had been burned. Therefore, He Jin's figure was not obvious among the yellow and black withered grass. If it was a human eye, it would not be easy to notice him. At that moment, the pair of dog ears were moving, paying attention to the situation. It seemed that it had noticed Mao's movement and was cautiously moving in this direction. No wonder it was a professional. Zheng Tan thought. Mao noticed Zheng Tan's reaction and immediately became alert. It was about to hide when it suddenly paused and looked at the cat on the tree. The cat didn't look like it had seen a stranger or something very threatening. Instead, it looked like it had seen a familiar person or thing. Could it be, although it felt that there was no threat, Mao still acted cautiously? It hid and looked in the direction Zheng Tan was heading. Soon, Mao found He Jin. However, He Jin looked at Mao hesitantly. After all, it wasn't easy for it to accept strangers. Even though it had seen Mao a few times, it still couldn't get close to it. Walnut's senior apprentice brother had also spent a few months gradually getting closer to He Jin. Seeing He Jin, Mao was very happy. Unfortunately, He Jin couldn't speak. Mao asked a few questions, but He Jin didn't have much of a reaction. However, when Mao asked about senior brother Walnut, He Jin heard a familiar name and reacted slightly. He then looked in a certain direction. Looking along the cement road, he couldn't see the end. There wasn't even a car in sight. But Mao could tell from Black Gold's reaction where those people and Walnut had gone. It seemed that Walnut had no choice but to leave first. He couldn't take Black Gold with him, so he had Black Gold wait here. After connecting the dots with the new messages he had received, Mao guessed a place and decided to drive over to take a look. Mao asked Zheng Tan and He Jin to wait here while he drove the car over. It was not too far from where he parked his car. He could already draw a rough route in his mind. Zheng Tan was too lazy to walk. He was happy to wait here. After Mao left, Zheng Tan lay on the tree and looked at the road. He estimated the time and wondered when Mao would come back. If Mao got lost, would he have to experience the life of a vagrant again? Just thinking about it made him feel bitter. Zheng Tan's beard trembled. He wasn't willing to be a vagrant. Plus, he was hungry. What food could there be around? Field mice? After all, it wasn't a real cat. Zheng Tan wanted to finish his business and go back as soon as possible. He looked down at He Jin, who was nestled in the grass. Even though most of the grass here was yellow, He Jin would still choose a place with grass or trees. It was good for concealment and wouldn't stay in a place with a wide view for too long. Even if it was burying its poop, it would choose a more secluded place. Perhaps it wasn't good enough, but for a dog, it was already very good. If Walnut's senior apprentice brother didn't come back, or if He Jin didn't meet them, would this dog keep waiting here? Zheng Tan thought it was very likely. After about half an hour, Mao drove over. He got out of the car and opened the back door, motioning for He Jin to get in. However, He Jin just stood there and looked at Mao without moving. Zheng Tan jumped into the car. At the same time, he found the food that Mao put in the car. He also had his own food. If he wanted to work, he had to fill his stomach first. He didn't know if Mao's work was successful. He Jin looked at Zheng Tan, who was lying in the car seat and eating. It tilted its head and looked confused, but it still jumped into the car. Zheng Tan thought that the dog got in the car because of the food. However, He Jin didn't touch Zheng Tan's food after getting in the car. Even if Zheng Tan was merciful and put the food in front of its mouth, it still wouldn't eat. When He Jin was at Walnut's senior apprentice brother's place, it only ate the food that Walnut's senior apprentice brother fed it. It didn't eat the food that other people fed it. Walnut's senior apprentice brother's wife and children are still getting used to this dog. It's rare for them to be close, but they haven't been able to feed it yet, Mao said after seeing the situation from the rear-view mirror. Zheng Tan looked at the dog next to him. It was almost drooling because of the smell of the food. He thought that the dog must be very hungry, but it still didn't eat. He was impressed. If it was Sahara, that dog would have run away with the food in its mouth. After driving for about an hour, Zheng Tan took a nap. When he woke up, he looked out the window and saw the mountains not far away. There were many mountains here. Mao wanted to go to a mountain. It wasn't easy to drive there, so he didn't ask the residents at the foot of the mountain to look after it. He found a place to park his car. The car was modified, so Mao wasn't afraid of being stolen. Even if it was stolen, it was nothing compared to Walnut's senior apprentice brother. He Jin got out of the car and followed Mao for a while. Then, it began to sniff around. Apparently, it found a familiar smell. It wasn't necessarily Walnut's senior apprentice brothers, but there were other people. Mao saw a mark left on a tree and felt more at ease. Like before, it followed the mark and moved forward. He Jin was a little ahead of Mao. Mao followed the mark and compared it to He Jin's route. As for Zheng Tan, everything was taken care of by He Jin and He Jin. As an amateur, he just needed to follow them. It was winter, so many trees on the mountain had withered leaves. However, there were some evergreen trees, so they didn't look so bare. Zheng Tan was still in the mood to look around as he followed Mao up the mountain. After walking for a while, Mao suddenly stopped and called out to He Jin. It didn't let He Jin go any further. There was a mark that wasn't very obvious. It was this mark that told Mao that there might be surveillance equipment in front of them. Mao took out his phone and found that there was no signal. If there were surveillance equipment in front of them, it would be fine if he was alone. However, the cat and the dog might be exposed. After thinking for a while, Mao told He Jin and Zheng Tan to stay where they were and not run forward. Mao explained for a long time, but he didn't know how much He Jin understood and how much He Jin understood. However, after Mao took a few steps forward, it turned around and found that He Jin had already run to some bushes to hide. It seemed that He Jin had understood some of Mao's words. No matter how much He Jin understood, Mao was fine with it as long as He Jin didn't follow them. Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree with green leaves. He felt that it was safer on a tree. In this season, there weren't many bugs and snakes. Zheng Tan didn't have to worry about them at all. After Mao left, Zheng Tan stayed on the tree. The surroundings were very quiet. He Jin didn't make any loud noises. The birds were chirping very clearly, which made the place feel desolate. There wasn't any human life. Zheng Tan lay on the tree branch. He Jin was guarding below anyway. Even if someone came, they wouldn't pay attention to a cat hiding in a tree. Zheng Tan was much safer than He Jin. Suddenly, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He opened his eyes and looked in a direction. He Jin, who was hiding behind the bushes, also heard the noise. However, it still stayed where it was quietly. Zheng Tan stood higher, so he could see more clearly than He Jin. It was a field mouse. It was winter, so it probably came out to look for food because it didn't have enough food. Zheng Tan didn't eat field mice, and he wasn't in the mood to catch them. Therefore, he pretended that he didn't see anything and let the field mouse go. However, seeing that the field mouse was gradually moving towards them, Zhang Zian realized that it was quite brave. It probably didn't see many natural predators around, but when it got closer, it probably smelled something. It stopped and looked around carefully. Whoosh! Zheng Tan saw He Jin jump out from the bushes and rush towards the field mouse. Looking at the way it caught the field mouse, Zheng Tan felt that it was definitely not the dog's first time catching mice. It probably caught mice at home before. The field mouse couldn't escape from He Jin's claws. Zheng Tan only heard the field mouse squeak twice before it stopped. When he looked again, He Jin had already returned with the field mouse in its mouth. It was lying in the dry grass and eating. When it was eating, it stopped and looked around vigilantly. It raised its ears and listened carefully. When it was sure that no one was around, it continued to eat. Hearing the sound of He Jin nibbling on the field mouse, Zheng Tan felt that this dog was really talented. Or rather, this dog's previous trainer was really talented. However, at the same time, it could be seen that this dog had lived a hard life. It should have carried out missions with soldiers. He heard Celestine say that sometimes when there was no food on a mission, they had to gather materials from the ground. As for what materials they gathered, there were many types, including field mice, snakes, and other animals. He really should let some dogs that like to spoil food come and take a look. When Zheng Tan was at the pet center, he saw several times that some dogs licked the dog food and let out 2 grains. After eating, the dog food on the ground would be directly swept away by the staff. The dog owners didn't think much of it, and Zheng Tan didn't think much of it at that time. But now, he suddenly felt that it was better to be frugal. After eating, He Jin went back to the bushes. Zheng Tan looked and didn't see much blood on He Jin's body. It was licking the blood around its mouth, and it would be licked away soon. Zheng Tan didn't know when Mao and Walnut would finish their work. He lay on the tree and thought. Fortunately, he ate some food in the car before he came, so he wasn't hungry now. But if he stayed like this for a few more days, Zheng Tan didn't know if he would eat field mice like He Jin. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan's heart skipped a beat. He looked in the direction of the mountain. Someone was coming. Not an animal, but a human. He Jin obviously heard it too. It stopped licking its mouth and paid attention to the direction of the sound. Soon, Zheng Tan saw the people coming. They were 2 strangers with a little accent. They didn't seem like locals. When Zheng Tan came, he heard 2 locals chatting, and their accent was different from the 2 people. The route that the 2 people took was still some distance from where Zheng Tan was. When the 2 people went down the mountain, one of them was still talking with a walkie-talkie. Listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan learned that there was a foothold near the foot of the mountain. The 2 people were going there. Zheng Tan thought about it, climbed down the tree, and quietly followed them. He Jin, who was hiding behind the bushes, was puzzled. Chapter 225. Zheng Tan was following the 2 men not far away. He twitched his ears and looked back. He noticed that He Jin was following behind him, but he did not follow him immediately. Instead, he kept a distance. Dogs were not as convenient as cats in terms of body size and agility. It was good to keep a distance from the two men. If He Jin only followed Zheng Tan, he would not lose sight of him. When the two of them were talking, they would also look around. When they didn't find anyone, they felt much more at ease. However, they did not know that sometimes, it was not only humans that were following them. There were animals as well. Perhaps they thought that it was impossible for any dangerous animals to appear in the middle of the day in winter. In any case, Zheng Tan's tailing was very successful. She followed the two men to a two-story tile-roofed house near the foot of the mountain. From the outside, the house was crudely built, and there was nothing beautiful about it. There were other people in the house. When the two men knocked on the door, it was opened from the inside. When Zheng Tan got closer, he hid in a corner and observed. He noticed that there were cameras in two corners under the eaves. He walked around the house and memorized the positions of the cameras. As for whether there were more hidden cameras, Zheng Tan did not know. The house did not look special from the outside. It did not look expensive. Who would have thought that there would be cameras installed in such a shabby house? Zheng Tan looked behind him. He Jin was still hiding a certain distance away from him. He did not move forward rashly. The house had good soundproofing. Zheng Tan could not hear what the people inside were saying. At most, he could hear some vague sounds, but he could not understand them clearly. Therefore, Zheng Tan decided to check out the situation first. He had a feeling that he might be able to find something here. After taking a few steps, Zheng Tan turned around and saw that He Jin was about to get up and continue following her. She quickly raised a paw towards where He Jin was hiding with her palm facing that direction. She wanted to wave her hand to signal He Jin to stop, but she suddenly realized that cats were different from humans. Could He Jin understand? He Jin, who was about to get up, saw Zheng Tan's action. He tilted his head in confusion. After a few seconds, he lay down again, still staring at Zheng Tan's direction. Seeing He Jin lying down, Zheng Tan sighed in relief. Now, he finally felt the benefits of working together with an intelligent animal. He did not need to do too many actions to explain. Besides, there was a language barrier, so even if he could explain, it would probably be useless. It was still a matter of understanding. After taking a few more steps, Zheng Tan quickly glanced behind him. Seeing that He Jin was not following him, he chose an angle where the camera couldn't capture him. The wall outside was not painted much, and there were no tiles or anything like that. Zheng Tan had climbed this kind of wall before, so this was nothing to him now. He nimbly jumped up from the wall. There were 3 places where he could avoid the camera, and the reason why Zheng Tan chose this one was because it was facing the mountain. Because of this place would not be noticed. The 2 cameras installed at the corners could only focus on the distance, but not the situation below. The most important reason was that there was a broken window on this side. Perhaps those people felt that this window was not important, or perhaps they felt that it was fine to install this window, so they did not replace the glass. Instead, they used a piece of cardboard to block the window. At least, it could act as a shield against the wind. Pushing away the cardboard that blocked the hole, Zheng Tan walked through it. The room was filled with boxes of goods. Zheng Tan looked at the words and pictures printed on the cardboard boxes. XX brand sandwiches, XX brand milk tea, etc. They were all the same brand. Zheng Tan had never heard of this name before, so it should not be a legitimate manufacturer. It should be a counterfeit. The logo was very similar to a famous food brand, just missing a stroke. What made Zheng Tan even more amused was that there was an exemption sign printed on it. However, if it was just a counterfeit, there was no need to make such a scene. Walnut Sr. would not take the risk because of this. The cardboard boxes were all sealed with tape. Only the boxes near the door were not sealed. Zheng Tan jumped up to take a look. Just by looking at the packaging, he knew that it was a shoddy product. The door of this room was also locked. Zheng Tan could not open it because there was a metal lock on the outside. If no one came to open the door, Zheng Tan would not be able to leave through this door. Looking around the room, Zheng Tan found a gap in the corner of the ceiling. Zheng Tan jumped onto the boxes. The boxes were piled up a little high, only 70 or 80 centimeters away from the ceiling. Zheng Tan stood on top, just enough to carefully observe the gap. Zheng Tan looked and found that there were bite marks on the edge of the gap. It was probably chewed by rats. However, this gap could only allow rats to enter. Zheng Tan could not squeeze in. The ceiling was made of wooden planks, the kind that were relatively cheap. After a long time, some of the planks had obvious gaps between them. Through the gaps, many black stains could be seen. At this moment, the wind outside was a little strong. Zheng Tan could feel the stale air blowing in from these gaps. Zheng Tan stood on the edge of the cardboard boxes piled on the top. He gently jumped up and hooked onto the gap. The wooden planks made a creaking sound. This sound was not much, and could only be heard in this room. Moreover, when the wind outside blew hard, the ceiling would also make some noise. Therefore, even if someone heard the sound of the wooden planks made by Zheng Tan, they would not care. Hooking onto the wooden planks, Zheng Tan used a hand to push the wooden planks next to him. Unexpectedly, he did not know if it was too old or if it had been pushed open when he was piling up goods in the past, but Zheng Tan used a little force to push it open. Carefully pushing up the loose wooden planks next to him, Zheng Tan made sure that the gap was enough for him to squeeze in. Only then did he retract his claws and tightly grab onto the gap. Then, he used his head to push against the loose wooden planks next to him and squeezed up with some difficulty. The wooden planks made a "ka" sound, but Zheng Tan listened carefully. There was no other movement outside, so he continued to squeeze up. While squeezing, Zheng Tan looked around. Other than a few small insect corpses that had been dead for who knows how long, there was thick dust and cobwebs. After squeezing up, Zheng Tan carefully let the wooden planks return to their original positions without making any loud noises. Only then did he try to walk on the wooden planks. The material of the wooden planks was not very good. Coupled with the fact that they were old, they probably could not withstand the weight of an adult. Even little Pomelo would not be able to stand on them. However, for Zheng Tan, this was enough. No matter what, these wooden planks could withstand the weight of a cat. It was relatively dark inside, but the light that came through some cracks in the tiles and the gaps between the wooden planks below was enough for Zheng Tan to see the layout above clearly. Perhaps because it had been built a few times, it felt a little messy. It looked like it was just for show. From here, Zheng Tan could go to the rooms on the second floor to take a look. The rooms above were not completely blocked. Even if there was a gap between a brick, Zheng Tan could try to squeeze through. Some places were directly connected. Compared to these, Zheng Tan was more troubled by the wooden planks under his feet. Although these wooden planks could withstand his weight, sometimes they would make creaking sounds when he stepped on them. If there was someone in a room, even if they did not immediately think that there was an intruder above, they would guess that it was a bird or a mouse and pay special attention when they heard the creaking sound. Zheng Tan carefully stepped on the wooden planks and walked past a few rooms in succession. He did not see anyone, so he guessed that they were all on the first floor. However, when he came to the top of a room, Zheng Tan noticed that it was different from the previous rooms. Looking down from a small gap between the wooden planks, Zheng Tan found that there was a person locked in this room. The room was not big, and there was not much junk around, so the object in the middle was particularly conspicuous. In the middle of the room was a chair, and a person was tied to the chair. Looking from above, Zheng Tan could not see the person's face. The more eye-catching thing was the burgundy hair. It was very messy, and the hairstyle could no longer be seen. The person was wearing a green cotton jacket. The jacket was patched, and there were a few holes where the cotton inside could be seen. There was a lot of dust on the jeans, and the hiking shoes on the feet. Looking at the pattern, if it was authentic, this person should have some value. Zheng Tan carefully took a few steps forward and looked at it from a different angle. Unfortunately, the person's head was lowered, as if he was sleeping, and he could not see his face clearly. At this time, Zheng Tan heard voices outside. Someone was going upstairs, and they were coming toward this room. After the sound of the door being unlocked, the door was opened. 3 people walked in. Zheng Tan had seen 2 of them before, and the other person should have been in this room for a long time. One of them, who was wearing a gray coat, walked over to the person tied to the chair, grabbed the person's hair, and shook it. Then, Zheng Tan heard a sound that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. "Shut up." The man in the gray coat slapped him. The person's scream stopped, and then it was followed by crying. It was a 4-syllable cry. The first 3 syllables were rising, and the next 3 syllables were falling. The first and 4th syllables were dragging, and the middle 2 syllables were shorter. Although it was still unpleasant, it was at least much better than the pig's cry. Zheng Tan had always felt that someone who cried like that was either a child, the type that never grew up, or it was more of an act. He had only heard of some of the children in the compound crying like that. This was the first time he had heard of a grown man crying like that. He felt goosebumps all over his body. When the man in the gray coat raised his head, Zheng Tan saw that the man's face was bruised and swollen, and his face was covered in snot and tears. "This is the person you caught?" one of the people who had just come down the mountain asked. "Yes, that's him." The man in the gray coat loosened his grip on the person's hair. The person who asked the question held an ID card in his hand and looked at it. Then, he clicked his tongue. "It's obvious that he's from a rich family. His things must be worth a lot of money, right?" The man in the gray coat chuckled. "The higher-ups only said to lock him up for the time being. They didn't say to not sell anything." Seeing the person frown, the man in the gray coat added, "He only sold a cell phone and a camera. He didn't sell them locally. He had a special channel. He meant to reassure the other party that they would not cause trouble. You've seen the things in his wallet. As for his leather coat, I was wearing it downstairs just now. It's quite warm. Oh, this guy has a lot of good pictures in his cell phone. If they are released, it will probably be another X-rated news. There's nothing in the camera. As for his luxury car, I hid it and didn't deal with it for the time being. When the time comes, I'll sell it and get a sum of money." "Okay." The frown of the person who asked the question smoothed out a little. "Don't let him die yet. He looks like a coward, but he has a good family background. When the time comes, we'll see what the higher-ups want." Recently, things had not been going well. The higher-ups did not seem to want to cause any more trouble. They wanted to settle the matter for the time being. Of course we know that. It's just that this guy always needs to go to the toilet. "Then save some food," the man in the gray coat said. He meant that as long as he did not starve to death, there was no need to give him too much food. The person who was tied up began to cry again. They kept promising to let him go and would give him a lot of money. Unfortunately, the 3 of them ignored him. After asking a few more questions, they left. There was the sound of the lock being jammed outside the door. Zheng Tan pricked up his ears. He heard the 3 of them talking about whether they should move the person to another place. After all, they were going to ship the goods tomorrow. He could not hear what they said after that. The 3 of them had already gone downstairs. Zheng Tan was about to find a place to go down to the first floor to listen in on their conversation. However, when he lifted his foot, he saw through the gap between the wooden boards that the person who was tied to the chair and crying a moment ago had stood up from the chair. He did not know when the ropes tied to him had been cut. They were wrapped into a bundle and stuffed into the pocket of the tattered cotton-padded jacket. After putting on the cotton-padded jacket, the person walked to the corner and picked up the half-a-steamed bun that had fallen there. It was the breakfast that he had not finished in the morning. Chapter 226. He really was faking it. Zheng Tan looked at the people below through the cracks in the wooden boards. When the three people came in, Zheng Tan thought that the person who was tied up was an immature rich second generation with a childish temper. Coupled with the fact that he was crying and snot after being beaten up, anyone would think that he was a good-for-nothing wastrel. Not everyone could cry to such an effect. Comparing the huge contrast before and after, Zheng Tan felt that this person could simply win an Academy Award. Moreover, it would be fine if he only had acting skills, but he really didn't think that this person could hide it so well. The rope that was tied up had been easily untied when Zheng Tan wasn't paying attention. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. At the same time, if he could untie the rope so quickly, how could he be beaten black and blue and put himself in such a difficult situation? Either he was a ruthless person, or he was a lunatic. Zheng Tan stared at the person below. The person below was chewing the steamed bun in his hand while staring at Zheng Tan. "Who are you?" the person asked. "Maybe we can cooperate. I have no interest in that batch of goods. If you want it, I can give it to you." Zheng Tan didn't know what the person was talking about. This word definitely wasn't referring to the batch of inferior food that Zheng Tan had seen. However, he could also guess that Walnut Senior's goal was probably that so-called goods. Then, if this person wasn't here for the goods, why was he here? Seeing that there was no movement or response from above, the person stuffed the last bit of steamed bun into his mouth. He wiped his hands on his green cotton shirt, then jumped onto the table on the side and pushed at the wooden ceiling. Zheng Tan quickly left the place when he moved. He left the area of the room and hid behind a log, listening to the movement over there. The person didn't seem to have any intention of pushing the wooden ceiling open to leave. After a while, Zheng Tan heard the sound of a door lock. Looking down from the slit, he saw that the person's door had been opened a crack. This was the biggest crack that could be opened before the door was unlocked. The man stretched out 2 fingers, holding something between them, towards the keyhole of the lock. After seeing Mao pick locks, Zheng Tan wasn't surprised to see this person's behavior. In this world, there were still many capable people. A few seconds later, the man unlocked the door and came out of the room. He looked around and then searched the surrounding rooms one by one. Zheng Tan didn't know what he was looking for. He was curious, so he followed him from above. Zheng Tan did not follow too closely. He was still mostly on guard against that person. With that kind of skill, he should not be worse than Mao. This person hid deeper than Mao, so Zheng Tan had to be on guard. After looking through a few rooms, the man entered the room with the goods. The lock was a piece of cake for him. Zheng Tan saw the man rummaging through the opened boxes. Then, he opened a box sealed with tape and rummaged through it again. He took out a bag of XX milk tea, tore open a small opening, sniffed it, and then dipped it in his mouth and tasted it. Zheng Tan looked at the man's actions and guessed that there was something else inside. And that the inferior food was just a cover for these things? As for the thing that the man was holding, could it be some kind of illegal drug? If that was the case, then the place on the mountain was probably responsible for the production. No wonder Walnut wanted to take the risk. The man changed his angle so that his back was facing Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan could not see what the man was doing. After about a minute, the man looked up at Zheng Tan and asked in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself, "What are you?" When he pushed the wooden ceiling, he found that the wooden ceiling was weak. It could not withstand the weight of an adult human. Furthermore, the man was able to move freely on it. It did not seem like something a human could do. After the man looked for something, he did not stay for long and went downstairs. Zheng Tan waited for a while. When he did not hear any movement downstairs, he lifted the wooden ceiling and went downstairs carefully. Even though she didn't hear anything earlier, when she went downstairs, Zheng Tan saw a person lying on the ground. He was still breathing, but his hands were tied up. The rope used to tie him up was the same one used to tie up the red-haired man. Looking around, Zheng Tan walked over to take a look at the rooms. Other than a few bedrooms, a kitchen, and a toilet, there was only the surveillance room on the first floor. There was a person lying in the bedroom. He was also tied up there and had lost his senses. As for the surveillance room, the man in the gray coat was lying on the ground. The three of them had one thing in common: their faces were beaten very badly. As for whether they had been beaten up in other places, Zheng Tan could not tell. The red-haired man was fiddling with a USB drive in the surveillance room. Soon, the man pulled out the USB drive and walked out. He took out an earpiece from somewhere and listened to something. Then, he frowned and looked up at the mountain. He walked faster. At this moment, the man had put on his leather coat and was about to leave. However, after taking a few steps, the man suddenly stopped and pulled out a dagger. It was the dagger that he had picked up in the house. Zheng Tan was looking outside from a window on the first floor. When he realized that something was wrong, he immediately ran out. A shadow rushed at the red-haired man from the side. The red-haired man was about to swing his knife, but another shadow rushed out and blocked him. He Jin was forced to stop. He looked at Zheng Tan in confusion. He did not understand why the cat was blocking him. The red-haired man looked at the black cat in the middle and maintained his previous posture. After a few seconds, he put away the dagger and raised his eyebrows. "You're the one on the wooden floor?" Zheng Tan pulled his ears and stared at the man. He had no doubt that if He Jin had really jumped up, he would have been killed by the dagger. However, He Jin was still growling behind him. It seemed that he was unwilling to give up and wanted to jump up again. Zheng Tan wanted to turn around and slap He Jin to make him behave, but he did not dare to move his eyes away from the man in front of him. He could tell that the man was skilled from how he had taken down the people in the room without making a sound. He did not kill anyone because he did not want to get involved in a lawsuit. However, not killing people did not mean that he would not kill dogs and cats. The man did want to kill He Jin. However, Zheng Tan did not feel any killing intent from the man's eyes. He was more curious and sizing him up. The man stared at Zheng Tan for a while. Then, he played with the dagger in his hand, put it away, and left. After the man left, Zheng Tan breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Tan listened to the surroundings. He did not sense anyone approaching, so he walked back into the room. He Jin hesitated for a while before following him. To him, most of the time, he would just follow orders. It was rare to see someone like this black cat who always did things its own way. However, He Jin did not have a better choice, so he might as well follow Jianghu. When Zheng Tan came out of the room, he saw that the cameras could be turned off. As for the people in the room, Zheng Tan did not know when they would wake up. It would be troublesome if they woke up now, so he had to do something. After looking at them one by one, Zheng Tan grabbed the pants of the man who had fallen down the stairs and dragged him to the room. There was a bedroom there, and there was another person lying in there. Zheng Tan decided to leave them there and lock the door. Even if they woke up, they would not be able to come out for a while. He Jin saw this and bit the pants of the other man in the room. He followed Zheng Tan and dragged him to the room. Seeing that one of them was about to wake up, Zheng Tan looked around and grabbed a wooden chair next to him and knocked on it. Dong! The person who was about to open his eyes fainted again. Zheng Tan searched the three of them and took out a bunch of keys. She found the lock and locked the door. He Jin was squatting at the side, watching the black cat jumping up and down. He did not understand what the cat was doing, but he felt that the cat was doing the right thing. He Jin moved his ears and looked in a direction. After the door was locked, Zheng Tan looked at the door as well. They did not close the door when they came in, so He Jin was closer to the door than Zheng Tan was, so he could sense the movement outside. The wind blew in, and He Jin smelled the scent of the people outside. Woof! He Jin barked. When Zheng Tan saw He Jin wagging his tail, his nervousness dissipated. As expected. After He Jin barked, a head popped in from the door. It was Mao. F***ck. Why are the two of you here? Mao came down the mountain from another route, so he did not pass by the place where He Jin was waiting. Therefore, he did not know that He Jin and Zheng Tan were no longer there. When he heard the noise from outside, he was wondering how many people were inside, especially when he heard the dong sound. He was wondering if they were interrogating some unlucky person, but he did not expect it to be the two of them. He Jin was in a good mood when he saw Mao, wagging his tail vigorously. He looked behind Mao, but did not see the person he was looking for. Senior is still on the mountain, and there is still a mission. We just have to wait here, and the reinforcements will be here soon. Mao patted He Jin's head. This time, He Jin did not avoid it. Hearing Mao's words, Zheng Tan stretched his body. He was so tense that he could finally relax. Mao pried open the lock and looked at the three people who had been locked up by Zheng Tan. The ropes had been tied up professionally, and the wounds on their bodies were obvious. It was impossible for a cat and a dog to cause such damage. Where are the others? Mao asked. He Jin looked out of the door, and then back at Mao. They left? Then forget it. Mao checked the surveillance cameras around, turned on the door again, and closed it. The reinforcements that Mao mentioned arrived soon. They were all fully armed, and it was very nerve-wracking to look at. Zheng Tan only saw a portion of them, and the rest were cooperating with the people on the mountain. Since there were people to deal with it, Mao did not stay in one place, and went upstairs and downstairs. When he saw Mao rummaging through the bags of low-quality food, Zheng Tan was sure that he had guessed correctly. These people were indeed manufacturing some illegal drugs on the mountain, and at the same time, producing some low-quality food. They put the drugs in similar bags, and then shipped them out with the food to be sold to buyers. The bags looked almost the same, and the only difference was the barcode. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to tell. In one of the rooms, they found the bugs, and they were locked in big, sturdy boxes. No wonder the red-haired man did not touch the boxes when he was looking at them from above. He obviously knew that the bugs were inside. Zheng Tan thought. Mao said that it was a type of beetle that was brought in from abroad. It was probably mutated by humans. They did not have reproductive abilities, but their appetite was very big. A box of bugs like this could gnaw an adult into a skeleton in less than half a day. However, it was said that this was not the final product. It was just a little toy that the other party gave to this group of people during the transaction. Zheng Tan heard the gunshots coming from the mountain, and found a hidden place to lie down. The matter was not over yet, and he did not want to encounter any accidents. On the other hand, He Jin was very excited. It was very familiar with the sound of gunshots, and when it heard the gunshots, it would think of its previous mission. When it was over, it was close to evening. Walnut's arm was injured, and he looked a little tired, but his eyes were bright, and he was in the mood to joke with Mao. Listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan knew that the boss, who had a criminal background, was involved in drugs, and who knew how many murders he had committed, had been arrested. The follow-up investigation and arrest were still in progress. However, Walnut Sr. was already very satisfied to have caught such a big fish. There was only one thing that made him unhappy. They said that the rich second generation who went up the mountain to catch squirrels in the middle of winter was not seen. I think that this is probably someone who hides deeply, but I don't know who he is. If he is an enemy of this gang, then it's fine. After all, this gang's companies on the surface and their secret dealings are an eyesore to some people, Walnut said. On the surface, this group of people's companies had gone bankrupt because of the commercial war, but the majority of their business was still secret dealings. As long as this business existed, they would have a chance to make a comeback. However, more people did not want them to make a comeback. Perhaps, the one who pretended to be a rich second generation belong to this category? I think that this person is not necessarily an enemy or an ally of this gang. If he was an enemy, the 3 people in the room would have died long ago. There would not be any left alive, Mao said. At the same time, on a certain highway, in a luxury car, a person with wine-red hair was wearing a headset and talking to someone. When the group of people on the mountain searched the car, they did not find the other phone hidden in the car. Have you received the information? But you don't have to waste your time now. They are probably already in the hands of the police, and there is basically no possibility of them getting up again. Of course, although you don't have to do anything, you have to honor the money you promised me. This time, in order to find evidence, I was almost disfigured. That can't be helped. Being beaten up is better than being fed to the bugs. As for the lethality of those bugs, think about the commercial spy who was already gnawed into bones. Hee, happy working with you. Next time, remember to visit me if you need anything. After ending the call, after a while, a remittance message appeared on the phone. He glanced at it and smiled. Listening to the blues music in the car, he held the steering wheel with one hand and tapped the fingers of the other hand to the beat of the music. Chapter 227. When Zheng Tan returned home, Jiao Ma scolded Mao. He had suddenly taken the cat away for 2 days and hadn't even called to tell her that he was safe. This made Jiao Ma worried that Mao had taken her cat to a bad place. Mao stood there obediently to be lectured, constantly admitting its mistakes. Seeing Mao's sincere attitude and the fact that there was nothing wrong with her cat, Jiao Ma left after a few words. Walnut really wanted to thank the Jiao family. In his opinion, Zheng Tan and the Jiao family were bound together. If he couldn't repay the cat, he could repay the Jiao family. But now wasn't a good time to tell the truth. Maybe later, Walnut thought. The case was going smoothly and there was hope for a promotion. But what made Walnut unsatisfied was that there was still no news about the rich kid who caught the squirrel. The so-called car turned out to be rented and the ID was fake. In this day and age, the difference between an ID photo and a real person was so big that you wouldn't be able to recognize them even if they were standing right in front of you. He had checked all the rich kids in the area and there was no such person. Those who had seen the fake rich second-generation heir couldn't even remember what he looked like. What left a deeper impression was the embarrassing scene of him crying after being beaten black and blue. Zheng Tan and Black Gold had seen him, but Walnut knew that he couldn't let them tell him anything unless the fake rich kid appeared again. Black Gold would definitely recognize him. Last time, Mao had no choice but to give black rice to the pet center. But this time, when Mao sent black rice over, he emphasized to the people there that peanut candy was not allowed to get close. Otherwise, he would complain to the pet center. Actually, Mao also wanted to move to another place. There were many places in Chuhua City where he could help look after pets, but black rice didn't buy it. It wouldn't go anywhere else at all. Once it went there, it would keep barking. Mao's heart ached when he heard that. After walking around, it was still sent to the pet center. Since this VIP customer had said so, the people at the pet center naturally did as they were told. Therefore, when it went to collect the black rice, it heard the people at the pet center promise not to let any male cats near it. This made Mao quite satisfied. However, after he brought black rice home, black rice ignored him again for 3 days. Every time black rice was sent to the pet center, Mao would always receive the same cold treatment. As for Zheng Tan, he had been doing well recently. Every time he experienced those unpleasant things, he would always sigh with emotion at how peaceful and beautiful life in the courtyard was. The weather was getting colder and colder. At the end of the year was approaching. The students had already gone home after the final exams. Those who were in school were also packing up and would be leaving soon. Therefore, the main roads and many places that were usually lively on campus were now much quieter. To Zheng Tan, this was a good thing. With no one around, he could play more freely. Recently, Zheng Tan would drive his little pushcart out to play every day. In the past, because the Jiao family only had Jiao Ma and 2 children, Zheng Tan couldn't let the 3 of them climb up and down the pushcart every day. The pushcart was much heavier than a normal toy car. Moreover, the Jiao family lived on the 5th floor. It was tiring to move up and down the pushcart. If the Jiao Pa was there, it would be fine, but the women and children were out of the question. Therefore, Zheng Tan usually didn't move the pushcart out except when Fang Xiaokong came to find him to play at Old Lu's place. But now, Zheng Tan could play with the pushcart every day. It adjusted his mood and warmed him up. This matter started last week. Last week, Fang Xiaokong came to Tsinghua University to look for Cheng Zhong, the graduate student from the Department of Engineering who had built the pushcart for Zheng Tan. The reason was that after Fang Mengmeng found out that Zheng Tan had a pushcart, she wanted to build one for her family. The third master Fang didn't say anything and asked Cheng Zhong to build another pushcart like Zheng Tan's to please his precious daughter. Therefore, Cheng Zhong was busy building the pushcart. At the same time, he would compare it with Zheng Tan's pushcart, update some parts, and record some parameters. Every day, after Zheng Tan finished playing with the pushcart, he just had to drive to the place where the Jiao Wei and the others played with the pushcart. Now, many of the students who played with the pushcart and airplane models had left. Cheng Zhong had set up a temporary studio there, and 2 local students were learning from Cheng Zhong. Therefore, Zheng Tan didn't have to find someone to move the pushcart back to the Jiao family every day. Cheng Zhong also installed a heating device in the pushcart, and a layer of fluffy cloth was installed in the seat to keep it warm. When Zheng Tan stayed in the pushcart, although his head and most of his torso were still exposed, he didn't feel cold. When Zheng Tan drove the pushcart on the road, some people would laugh a little when they saw it. However, at most, they felt that it was a novelty. Everyone thought that someone had taken out a toy car to play with the cat. Some people even thought that it was a good tool to walk the cat. No one would think that a cat was controlling the pushcart by itself. There were often students who liked to play with machines in school who would build things to run around. Over time, when people saw similar things, they just laughed and didn't think too much about it. The steering wheel was inside, and Zheng Tan's 2 paws were stepping on it. Therefore, in the eyes of the people outside, the cat was just squatting inside. The person controlling the car was probably someone else, and no one would suspect Zheng Tan at all. There wasn't much wind today. In the winter afternoon, the sun was warm and made Zheng Tan feel a lot better. Until, brother hey, Zheng Tan. Day. His good mood was gone just like that. *CK, why didn't this little brat take a nap at this time? What was he doing out here? Without looking back, Zheng Tan knew that the children's electric pushcart, which was much bigger than his pushcart, had caught up with him. Zheng Tan didn't want to hear the little brats babbling, so he sped up. Although Zheng Tan's pushcart looked like a toy, it had all the functions. If he really wanted to speed up, it would be much faster than Jiao Ma's electric pushcart. However, Zheng Tan didn't dare to do that in school. At most, when Fang Xiaokong took Zheng Tan to Lao Lu's place, he and Lu Yao would race down the car. Usually, he would drive slowly to adjust his mood. Even if he couldn't speed up the pushcart to the speed that Zheng Tan wanted, it was enough to shake off the children's 4-wheeled car behind him. Brother hey, the childish voice was soft and sounded like it was about to cry. It made Zheng Tan want to hit the steering wheel. *CK. This trick every time. With a sigh, Zheng Tan slowed down the pushcart and waited for the children's 4-wheeled car to catch up. Zhua Kitten's electric pushcart looked like a cat, and the picture on it was of a cat. From the front, the car's headlights looked like a cat's eyes, and there were whiskers around its mouth. Some of the teachers in the school had bought such cars for their children to play with, but most of the children were around 3 years old, unlike Zhua Kitten, who started playing with them when he was less than 2 years old. For safety reasons, Xiao Wan, who was in charge of taking care of Zhuo Kitten, held the remote control in his hand and didn't let Zhuo Kitten drive the car. Zhuo Xiao the cat seemed to know that he was not in control of the car. He was not like other children who would drive excitedly. He would look directly at Xiao Wan and tell him the direction that he wanted to go. Start, turn, or stop. For example, just now, when Zhuo Kitten wanted to catch up to Zheng Tan, he looked directly at Xiao Wan, who was holding the remote control, and pointed at Zheng Tan in front, indicating that he should hurry up and catch up. After Zheng Tan's pushcart slowed down, Xiao Wan quickly walked up. She didn't seem tired or out of breath. She looked at the man and the cat with a smile. The longer she interacted with him, the more she felt that this cat was special. In fact, when she was choosing the car, she showed Zhuo Kitten many pictures of cars, but the child wasn't satisfied. He pointed at a picture hanging on the wall. There were many pictures hanging on the wall. Most of them were taken when Zhuo Kitten was 1 year old. One of them was of him and the black cat together. Zhuo Kitten wanted a pushcart in the shape of a black cat, but Xiao Wan felt that black was too heavy for a child. It would have a bad impact on a child's growth, so she changed it to an orange one. As for the deformed graffiti on the car, they were all drawn by Zhuo Kitten himself. From the outline of the graffiti, it could be seen that it was in the shape of a cat. Xiao Wan was very satisfied with this. After all, he was only a child. Many children of Zhuo Kitten's age might not be able to hold a pen steadily. When Zhuo Kitten's car came close, the little kid laughed and waved at Zheng Tan. Brother Black. What the hell was he calling? Zheng Tan pulled his ears and turned his head slightly to look at Zhuo Kitten, who was sitting in the car wrapped up like a furry ball. He wanted to go over and give him a few slaps. Running out in the middle of winter, he wasn't afraid of catching a cold. Little Wan followed by his side. Every time little kitten Zhuo saw the black cat, he would become very talkative. Although his words were not clear and he could not understand what the child was saying most of the time, little Wan just let him be since the child was talking happily. Zhuo Kitten's learning ability was very strong. Xiao Wan could see that this child's IQ was higher than other children of the same age. As for how much higher, she couldn't say for sure. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and listened to the little brat babble for nearly half an hour. He couldn't understand what the little brat was trying to say. The child could only say a few words clearly, and Zheng Tan's name was one of them. When the child was excited, his words became vague. However, Zheng Tan could feel that Zhuo Kitten's language ability was improving. At least compared to last time, Zheng Tan could make out 1 or 2 words in a sentence. When Zhuo Kitten finally got tired of playing and said he was tired, Xiao Wan brought him back to rest. It was windy. It wasn't good to stay outside for too long in this weather. If Zhuo Kitten hadn't made a fuss about coming out, Xiao Wan wouldn't have compromised. After Zhuo Kitten left, Zheng Tan drove the car to the old tile-roofed house and handed it to Cheng Zhong and the others. After that, he decided to go out for a walk. Before the incident with Senior Walnut, he had planned to go there and didn't go out. The weather was good now, and little Pomelo and the others were also on vacation. There was no need to pick them up on time. Jiao Ma had been busy marking test papers and doing statistics at school recently, so she came back a little late. Dinner was usually around 6 o'clock, so Zheng Tan could play more. Coming out of one of the side doors, Zheng Tan remembered that this side door was on the same line as the side door in the east courtyard. When he took the bus, he passed by here. It was also marked on the map. After walking for a while, Zheng Tan saw Tsinghua University's affiliated hospital. Jiao Ma had been here when she was hospitalized. Zheng Tan didn't plan to go through the hospital's main entrance. He didn't like the atmosphere in the hospital. In his memory, behind the hospital, there was a big courtyard near the inpatient department. The scenery inside was not bad, and there were often people walking around. Zheng Tan didn't plan to stay here for long. The hospital always made him feel depressed. Every time he came here, he would think of Jiao Ma's hospitalization. He just decided to go through here. Jumping on the wall of the courtyard was slightly higher than the wall Zheng Tan saw on Old Street. From here, Zheng Tan's field of vision was slightly wider. There were many evergreen trees in the courtyard. This could also reduce the emotions of the patients when they saw the withered leaves. At this time, there weren't many people walking around outside. Zheng Tan didn't pay much attention to it. He planned to walk along the wall. Chapter 228. Zheng Tan had heard too many of such words, especially those that were filled with strong disgust. Zheng Tan paused and looked in the direction of the voice. Two people were standing beside a tall cedar tree. One of them was about 40 years old and looked like a noblewoman. The other had a head full of white hair and was wearing a light-colored shawl. Her entire person exuded a sense of tranquility and peace. The one who spoke was the middle-aged woman. She supported the old woman next to her and looked at Zheng Tan with undisguised disgust. Zheng Tan found it strange. He didn't provoke this woman, so why did she speak as if she had a grudge against him? However, the old woman next to the middle-aged woman didn't have any disgust in her eyes. Instead, she looked at him with a kind smile. "What's wrong with a black cat?" The old woman said, obviously disagreeing with the words of the person next to her. However, this old woman didn't seem to be in good health. Her voice wasn't loud and was a little soft. Compared to the old women in the courtyard who sang operas without any pressure, this old woman lacked energy. The middle-aged woman's mouth twitched, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't say it directly. She paused and said, "Mom, let's take a walk over there. This place is good. There's no need to change places." The old woman shook her head and patted the hand of the person next to her. "I know you think a black cat is unlucky." The middle-aged woman wanted to explain, but when she opened her mouth, the old woman raised her hand and stopped her. The old woman knew what she wanted to say. Most of the people in the hospital were patients. Some of them were in the recovery period and came out to walk around. Some, like this old lady, sometimes didn't want to stay in the ward all day during the hospitalization period. After getting the doctor's permission, they would come out to walk around. Waiting for her, there might be a surgery, but it hadn't been decided yet. The old woman also felt that the ward was too stuffy today. After talking with the doctor, she let her daughter-in-law help her out to walk for some fresh air. Originally, a wheelchair was arranged, but the old woman didn't sit. Not far behind them was a nurse. She was probably there to prevent any unexpected incidents. Zheng Tan felt that this old woman was quite charming when she smiled, as if it had a magical effect of calming people's impetuous hearts. Zheng Tan's bad mood when he heard the words targeted at him just now disappeared completely. This old lady must have been a beauty when she was young. Zheng Tan thought. In this era, there were many beautiful people. Unfortunately, even if they were once peerlessly beautiful, they could not withstand the pig-slaughtering knife of time. However, time could only take away one's appearance, but it could not take away one's temperament. Everyone would grow old eventually, and it was not easy to stay elegant all the time. Perhaps she was tired from walking. The old lady looked around and walked to the wooden bench by the side of the road, planning to sit there and rest. After seeing the old lady's actions, the nurse behind her quickly stepped forward and placed a soft cushion on the wooden chair. The old lady smiled and thanked the nurse. The young nurse's impression of the old lady immediately improved. The middle-aged woman looked at Zheng Tan and could not help but feel disdainful. She cursed the black cat on the wall 1,000 times in her heart. It couldn't be helped. In the hospital, many people were more particular, and some things were taboo. For example, when it came to fruit, most people would send apples, and very few people would send pears. 2 days ago, the old lady still wanted to eat pears. She spent a lot of effort to persuade the old lady to change it to other fruits. But now, what should she do when she saw a black cat? Many people felt that the black cat was evil, especially at such a time and place. The middle-aged woman felt that it was inauspicious, especially when the cat looked at people. It made her feel uneasy. She originally wanted to chase the cat away, but seeing the old lady like this, it was impossible to chase it away. She wanted to take the old lady somewhere else, but the old lady was sitting down now. What should she do? Although she did not say anything, Zheng Tan could see the strong disgust and rejection in the middle-aged woman's eyes. This made Zheng Tan, who was about to leave, change his mind. Zheng Tan was sometimes like this, stubborn and rebellious. The more you hate me, the more you want me to leave, but I won't. Thus, Zheng Tan squatted on the high wall and stared at the middle-aged woman, proudly wagging the tip of his tail twice. The middle-aged woman was so angry that her face was twitching, but because the old lady was next to her, she had to suppress her anger. If it were any other time, she would have called someone to beat him up. The old lady looked in the direction of Zheng Tan and smiled. I saw a lot of black cats when I was young. At that time, the old people in our village said that black cats are spiritual creatures that can drive away evil spirits. The middle-aged woman was disdainful of this saying. Drive away evil spirits? She thought that the cat itself was evil. You don't believe me, I remember, at that time, our village. The old lady looked in the direction of Zheng Tan, but her eyes seemed to be looking through Zheng Tan to recall the things that happened many years ago. The old lady said some things, but the middle-aged woman only listened to a story. The disgust she felt for the cat on the wall did not decrease much. If she was hospitalized, she would definitely not want to see this pure black cat. She would definitely ask someone to chase it away and beat it until it did not dare to come close. It was probably because of Zheng Tan that the old lady was addicted to reminiscing about the past, and she even said some interesting things in her memory. I didn't know that you were so naughty back then, the young nurse next to her joked. Yes, I was also a crazy girl back then. The old lady did not mind revealing her past at all. She sighed and said, People, when I think back to when I was young, I feel that I have changed a lot. Shortcomings, strengths, old habits, new habits. It's just like the construction of a city. Some places have to be torn down, and some places have to be rebuilt. After a few years, you will find that the city has changed a lot. The young nurse did not know what to say at this time. She did not know the old lady, and she was afraid that she would say something wrong and make the old lady sad. For an old person at this age, a small illness could be fatal. Emotions were very important. The middle-aged woman saw that the old lady's words were not right, so she quickly changed the topic. Unexpectedly, the old lady did not want to change the topic at all. She looked at the black cat on the wall and said to the middle-aged woman, I think this cat is quite spiritual. Spiritual my ass. The middle-aged woman cursed silently. The old lady was excited and waved at Zheng Tan. Hey, black cat on the wall, do you have time to talk to me? What could it know? The middle-aged woman was about to comfort the old lady, but unexpectedly, she caught a glimpse of a black shadow on the wall. When she looked over, she saw that the cat that was originally squatting on the wall had jumped down and was slowly walking towards them. This time, not only the middle-aged woman and the young nurse, but even the old lady was surprised. She was just saying it casually and did not expect the cat to come. Zheng Tan had a good impression of the old lady, so he decided to give her some face. Also, he wanted to make the middle-aged woman angry. Seeing that Zheng Tan was really coming, the old lady was happy. She waved and patted the wooden chair next to her, indicating that Zheng Tan should sit there. The middle-aged woman wanted to say that the cat had a lot of germs, but seeing that the old lady was in a good mood, she did not dare to say anything. Zheng Tan did not hesitate and jumped onto the bench. Although the middle-aged woman was patient, when Zheng Tan came over, she could not help but move to the side like avoiding the plague. She did not want to be too close to the cat. See, what did I say? This cat is spiritual, right? The old lady raised her hand and touched Zheng Tan's head. Zheng Tan turned his head to avoid her. The old lady did not care. She felt that cats were more vigilant. It was good enough that they could come over. Therefore, the old lady's happiness did not decrease at all. This time, the young nurse found an opportunity and quickly said, "That's true. This cat can drive away evil spirits." She originally wanted to say that the cat could get rid of diseases, but she changed her mind. Otherwise, she would not be able to bear the consequences if something happened. What could she say? Although the middle-aged woman was very repulsed by the cat on the bench, she had to force a smile and say a few words to make the old lady feel better. Zheng Tan, on the other hand, stood beside the old lady with a smug look on her face. She looked at the middle-aged woman with a provocative look. The middle-aged woman took a deep breath and suppressed the surging anger in her heart. She originally thought that she was overthinking things. How could there be such a gaze in a cat's eye? But the more she looked, the more she felt that it wasn't an illusion caused by her emotions. She immediately clenched her fists. Because she had to take care of the old lady, her long nails had been cut. If not, when she clenched her fists, her nails would have pierced her palms. Zheng Tan saw the middle-aged woman's small movements and was very disdainful. Although this woman looked like a rich madam, she did not dare to dress up too much when taking care of a patient. Her dressing and facial care showed that she used to be a very popular beauty. But compared to the old lady next to her, Zheng Tan felt that this middle-aged woman was an old witch. Maybe this was the difference in temperament? Shaking his head, Zheng Tan squatted down beside the old lady. He could see that the old lady was sick and weak. She was such a kind person. Zheng Tan hoped that she would be able to recover soon so that she could see more of this rapidly changing city. From the look in her eyes when she looked at him, Zheng Tan felt that this old lady still had a lot of people and things that she could not let go of. But time waited for no one. The old lady had to go back to the ward. Zheng Tan was also ready to get up and leave. Before getting up, the old lady raised her hand and was about to touch Zheng Tan's cat head again. Zheng Tan reflexively avoided it. A man's head should not be touched. However, thinking about the old lady in front of him, he suddenly felt a little reluctant. Before she withdrew her hand, Zheng Tan raised his front hand and touched the old lady's palm. "I wish you good health, this unknown old lady." After touching, before the three of them could react, Zheng Tan climbed over the wall and left. The old lady looked at her palm and smiled. Not far from the old lady, the young nurse looked at the old lady standing there and thought that she really did not have it easy. From black hair to silver hair, her beauty had faded, her steps were staggered, and she was plagued by illness, but she still smiled calmly. The old lady pulled her shawl and said softly, "Prepare for the operation." "Mom, are you sure? You should think about it again. You can't do it because of that cat." The middle-aged woman was very worried. If she did not choose the operation, she could still live for 3 to 5 years. The operation was too risky. If it was successful, the old lady could see the changes in this city for a few more years. But if it was unsuccessful, she would never see this city again. Chapter 229. It was Zheng Tan's third New Year, and there was nothing special about it. Jiao Ma brought the 2 children and the cat back to the Jiao family's house for the New Year. She also went to visit Grandpa Gu for a few days. On New Year's Eve, the Jiao Pa called and said that he would be back in the second half of the year if he was fast enough. However, he did not promise anything. No one could be sure when it came to the research project. Zheng Tan's impression of the new year was that there were not many ups and downs. Zheng Tan leaned on the balcony and yawned. He looked into the distance from the balcony on the 5th floor. After school reopened, the school began to rejoice again. It was another year of spring, when the flowers bloomed, some trees began to sprout. This was Zheng Tan's third year here. After getting used to it, he did not have many thoughts. Sometimes, even if he did not want to admit it, he had to compromise with fate. What else could he do? Torture himself for fun? There was no need to be so distressed. Zheng Tan rubbed his chin on the flower pot next to him and rolled around in boredom. He remembered what little Pomelo said when he woke up this morning. Zheng Tan ran into the bedroom and jumped on the makeup table. He looked at the Jiao Ma's makeup mirror. It seemed that he had gained some weight. It was easy to gain weight during the new year. Zheng Tan did not go out much this year. He ate and slept all day. With Zheng Tan's huge appetite, it would be strange if he did not gain weight. He had been cooped up at home and did not want to go out. Zheng Tan attributed it to spring fatigue and autumn fatigue. However, it seemed that he should go out more often. Winter was over, and he did not need to gain weight anymore. Zheng Tan did not go out directly from the side door of the eastern courtyard. Instead, he walked around the school. When he passed by a small path, he happened to hear Zheng Jing, the only female graduate student under the Jiaopa, complaining about the inappropriate behavior of some teachers in the school. Just like Yi Xian complained before the new year, the graduate students did not have much confidence in speaking in the school without the support of their bosses. The first was the competition for public resources. Even if it was a public resource, it had to be used on a first-come, first-served basis. There were limited resources and funds. Whoever had the ability would be the first to use them and occupy them. But now, Zheng Tan listens to Zheng Jing's complaints. It seems that there are more things than what Yi Xian said. Otherwise, Zheng Jing would not have said, "The temple is small, but the pond is shallow." Although Zheng Tan did not know much about their school, she knew from eavesdropping on Zheng Jing and Yi Xian's complaints that they were sometimes bullied by other teachers in the school. It was not uncommon for senior brothers and sisters in the school to bully junior brothers and sisters with the tacit approval of their mentors. Competition between students in the same school existed all the time. Sometimes, those who engaged in scientific research might not lose to those who engaged in politics. In this day and age, those who did not care about chores and focused on their studies would either have someone to back them up, or they would be reduced to cannon fodder in fights or ladders for others to climb up the social ladder. As for the rest, the proportion of those who could follow their own path was too small. However, the Jiao Pa wasn't the kind of person who would swallow his anger and suffer in silence. Just wait for him to settle the score later. Zheng Tan was very confident in his cat's father. Zheng Tan still planned to go to the affiliated hospital today. He was not familiar with this place yet. When he arrived at the hospital, Zheng Tan couldn't help but think of the old lady who left a good impression on him when he came here last year. He wondered how the old lady was doing now and how she was recovering. Jumping on the wall, Zheng Tan walked along the high wall. Even in winter, he could see many green courtyards. Today, there were many new greenery. It was full of vitality. Today's weather was also good. Some patients who were recovering well but couldn't stay in the ward came out to walk with their family members. Looking at the surrounding scenery, they felt much better. Zheng Tan didn't plan to look carefully. He just glanced at the wall as he walked along. Because of the taboo incident with the middle-aged woman last year, Zheng Tan felt that it was better not to be too ostentatious in the hospital. Although he didn't look carefully and his footsteps were hurried, what surprised Zheng Tan was that he was stopped by someone after a few steps. At first, Zheng Tan didn't think it was him. It wasn't until the person called the black cat on the wall a few times that Zheng Tan looked over. The person who called out to Zheng Tan was a young nurse. She wasn't the one he saw last year. Next to the young nurse, there was an old lady in a wheelchair who was being pushed around by the young nurse. The person in the wheelchair was the old lady Zheng Tan saw last year. When Zheng Tan looked over, the old lady waved at him. Compared to last year, the old lady looked a lot thinner now. However, her complexion was better. When she looked at people, the expression in her eyes made people's moods unconsciously develop. Thinking about it, the old lady saw Zheng Tan but couldn't shout, so she asked the young nurse who was in charge of pushing the wheelchair to speak. The young nurse looked at Zheng Tan with a puzzled gaze. She knew that many people in the hospital were afraid of pure black things. Last time, there was a person who wore a black suit when visiting a patient. The patient threw something at him. The patient said that the person had sinister intentions and scolded him for a long time. But now, the old lady was so enthusiastic about a black cat. It was really puzzling. There were patients who came out for a walk around. When they saw the old lady like this, they asked the doubts in their hearts. However, they didn't get close. People who were particular about this were afraid of provoking something bad. Old lady, my surgery went so smoothly thanks to this cat. Regardless of the truth, the old lady did have the intention to whitewash Zheng Tan. Some people around believed it, and some didn't. He didn't care about what others thought. Zheng Tan felt that since the old lady wanted to protect him, there was no reason for him to directly embarrass her. Since the old lady beckoned him over, Zheng Tan jumped off the wall and walked over. The old lady wanted Zheng Tan to sit in her arms, but Zheng Tan didn't do it. He walked beside the wheelchair. The young nurse slowly pushed the old lady down the road. Perhaps it was because there was a black cat following them, but the young nurse purposely avoided crowded places to avoid causing trouble for the other patients. After all, not everyone could tolerate a black cat in a place like this. After walking half a circle, the young nurse was ready to push the old lady back. Zheng Tan looked at the old lady's tired face and knew that the old lady wanted to rest. He decided to walk with her and leave. Hearing that the old lady's surgery went smoothly and her recovery was ideal, Zheng Tan's heart was relieved. However, this was just a coincidence. She was just a passerby. Zheng Tan didn't want to get too close to her. After walking a circle, they came to a fork in the road. Zheng Tan was about to turn and leave when he looked up and saw 3 people standing at the fork. 2 men and a woman. Zheng Tan saw the woman when he came over last year. She was the middle-aged woman who rejected him. Standing next to the middle-aged woman should be her husband, the old lady's son that the young nurse said. That person looked quite steady. He should be the kind of person who stood at the top and gave out orders on a daily basis. At the moment, the couple was talking to a young man in his 20s. Looking at the couple, the young man should have some status. Otherwise, the couple wouldn't treat him like this. This was the thought of the people around, including the young nurse who pushed the wheelchair, when they saw this scene. Your son came to see you again. The young nurse saw the people standing at the fork and said with a smile. She knew that the old lady had a very capable son. She heard that he was the boss of a big company. He was usually very busy, but when he had time, he would come to the hospital to see the old lady, especially during the days of the old lady's surgery. He was almost always with the old lady. If it weren't for the old lady's insistence, this person would have sent more people to take care of her. Previously, he was prepared to arrange for the operation abroad, but the old lady refused. In general, he was a filial son. The old lady was also very satisfied with this son, and the smile on her face deepened. However, standing next to the wheelchair, Zheng Tan's heart was in turmoil. He just glanced at the couple and didn't pay attention to them anymore. His focus was on the young man. That young man, how to describe it, was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. His hair was meticulously combed, and he had put in a lot of thought into his clothes. When he spoke to the couple, his smile was appropriate, not humble, not ostentatious. At first glance, people would definitely think that this person must have been taught by a big family with a very good background. Even if he didn't have a big family background, he was a social elite with a high level of knowledge, quality, responsibility, goals, contributions, and achievements. However, this social elite that everyone thought was well-educated and polite, in Zheng Tan's eyes, was a high-level liar with godlike acting skills. That's right, this person was the fake rich second generation with wine-red hair that Zheng Tan had seen when he followed Air Mao to track down Senior Walnut. That time, this person's face had been beaten up, so he couldn't see clearly what he looked like. Thinking about the fake ID photo in Senior Walnut's hands and comparing it to this person's appearance now, the difference between the two was too big. Zheng Tan looked carefully a few times. Although there was no evidence to prove that this person was the same red-haired person from last time, Zheng Tan felt that this was the same person. Sometimes, a change in temperament or a change in hairstyle could make a completely different person. However, Zheng Tan now knew that temperament could also be faked. And this person could change without any trace, using his acting skills to perfection. Zheng Tan couldn't help but sigh again. It was a pity that this person didn't go into acting. However, if this person was really a liar, could he have fooled the couple so easily? Judging from the young nurse pushing the wheelchair, Zheng Tan didn't think that the couple would believe people so easily. Just as he was thinking, Zheng Tan noticed a detail. Although the middle-aged woman didn't say much and just stood there listening to her husband talk to the young man in front of her, her eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over the man's cufflinks. Most people wouldn't pay much attention to cufflinks, but men with a certain social status would pay attention to these small details. A small cufflink could be an obvious sign of a woman's good taste. Some people even said that in this era without aristocrats, cufflinks could make a yuppie man elegant. Zheng Tan used to be a rich second-generation heir, and he had made his way into some circles. He had attended many parties, and before one of the parties, he had heard from a playmate who was helping him pick out a dress about the cufflinks. It was because of this that Zheng Tan knew about some of the things that he usually did not pay attention to. Now, the middle-aged woman's behavior reminded Zheng Tan of these details. Jiao Pa often told Jiao Yuan that details determined success or failure. This high-level liar could be successful because he took care of these details to perfection. Looking at the swindler who was chatting with the couple, Zheng Tan was once again in awe of him. In this day and age, whether it was a street sweeper or a social elite, there were specializations in the field and development of other skills. Who would have thought that this person who was just a fake rich second generation before the new year would suddenly become a social elite? His appearance and temperament told people that he was very cultured and cultured. He was a high-class social elite who had received an excellent education. It was because he understood the other side that the contrast was so great. Zheng Tan squatted there and kept staring at the man. After the three of them finished talking, the social elite came over to greet the old lady. He also seemed to casually ask about the black cat that was squatting next to him. Knowing that the cat was just a coincidence, the man didn't ask any more questions. When he left, the social elite glanced at Zheng Tan again and then walked to a building in the hospital, saying that he was going to get the medical report.